that room is mutable, if that's a word, because we can hear the discussion on an ongoing basis in that room.
It looks like
before I start,
it's muted now.
Yeah?
It's muted.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, colleagues, and good morning to you all. I must begin by apologizing for having my camera off. It will be on soon while when the network in my home has stabilized. Perhaps, Anele, let us begin with the apologies this morning.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all of the members. Chairperson, we received apologies from the Minister as well as the Deputy Minister, Chair. So those are the two apologies that we received. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Morning, colleagues, once again. Thank you very much for availing yourselves for this morning's Portfolio Committee meeting, where we'll be engaging with CUT. What brings us to this point is us being previewed to a number of challenges at the institution in relation to management and governance at the institution. Of course, this also would, if I'm not mistaken, be our first meeting as the Portfolio Committee of the Sixth Administration together with the institution. So it also allows us to better understand the institution and get to know the state of the institution. Colleagues, we will be receiving presentations from yourselves where the department, as led by DG Sishi, will begin with its presentation on its analysis of the institution, of the state of the institution. We will then receive a briefing from council and management of the institution. So council will lead the deliberations and then hand over to management. We will then hand over to the SRC, the IF, and then the workers. We note that from the workers, there'll be two presentations. Ideally, what we do like to do is have workers consolidate their reports and present in that manner to the Portfolio Committee, but we note that that has not happened, therefore there'll be two presentations. We ask that colleagues please be considerate of the time constraints as we're due to finish at 1 o'clock. Another matter that one must indicate is that please do have your video on at the start of your presentation when each person speaks. However, considering the various network challenges we all have in our respective, wherever we may be, we are allowing for colleagues to then switch off their camera once they've shown their faces. We also must indicate that this is the meeting of the Portfolio Committee where the institution, the department, and the stakeholders of the institution have been requested to account to the Portfolio Committee. Therefore, the agenda and the deliberations will be determined by the Portfolio Committee. We must also indicate that each delegation will be led by its leader. So we ask that colleagues who may be members of council, who may be members of management, who may be members of the SRC, who are present in today's meeting, which is their right, because these are public meetings that all citizens of this country are privy to and may sit in. However, each grouping of stakeholders will have their respective leaders who will lead the deliberations. So in the case of DG Sishi, you will lead the deliberations and hand over to members of your team as per your instruction. And that goes the same for when there are responses. When we respond, please, colleagues, don't raise your hand. DDG Lewin, please don't raise your hand until DG Sishi has given you right to then respond in that fashion. So I'm just trying to outline the rules of engagement, colleagues, so that we are all on the same page. I will then, without saying much more, I want to also really appreciate the presence of all of you, DG, together with your collective, the leadership of the council and leadership of management, the students, of course, nothing about students without students, workers, as well as the institutional forum. Once these presentations have been made, we'll then allow for members to ask their questions and make recommendations or make observations, and then we'll hand back to stakeholders for them to respond. Ideally, we would have loved to have such an engagement at the institution. However, due to Parliament performing its functions in a hybrid manner, we find ourselves in this reality. But in the future, we do look forward to coming to the institution to have a lived experience and understanding of what exactly is taking place at the institution. Having said that, I'd like to then hand over to DG to make your presentation on behalf of the department. Thank you. DG Sishi?
Chairperson?
Mbuyiselo France FS, yes, you may go ahead.
It's just a clarity-seeking question, Chair.
May I ask that the clarity-seeking question, sorry, Mr. France, may I ask that the clarity-seeking question be sent to the host in the group, please?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anela, may we try and locate DG? If not, is DDG Lewin on the platform? I see she's on the platform.
I'm here, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Is DG having challenges with his device?
I'm just going to ask, Mr. Swanti will let us know. He's from the DG's office. I think it could be network challenges. Yes, Chair. Maybe if we can just give him a minute or two. Sorry about this.
Babsont.
Yes, morning, Chair. My apologies, my Chair. We are having some network issues. So, but he's trying to join now.
Okay, are we looking at 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1, 10?
I'm hoping it should be just 1 minute, Chair. But we're just working on it. Even if you can see, I'm using 2 devices myself because we're struggling with network.
All right, we'll give the DG 5 minutes. So at 9:15, we're hoping that DG would have joined on the platform. In the meantime, colleagues, Anela, please do respond to questions that may come from Mr. France. Thank you. So if colleagues could kindly wait for us to allow DG to technical challenges to be addressed. Thank you.
Can we test our mics in the meantime, Chair? Anela, can you hear me?
Should we do roll call? Honorable King, how do you do?
I'm finding you.
Good, thank you. Honorable Boshoff, Buchandet.
Das nicht gaan van Boshoff. Boshoff.
Gaan niet goed niet.
Ja, gaan niet gaan van Boshoff.
Honorable Whip, are you well this morning?
No, we don't have time, Chairperson. Can we?
I'm well, Slana, and I hope everybody's good. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Good. I see council is trying to say something. I'm hoping it was an error there. The mute perhaps got the mic perhaps got unmuted. platform, we had essentially handed over to yourselves to make your presentation. So you may go ahead. Mr. Sonti, it seems like DG is still having challenges.
Yes, he can hear you and breaks. He's trying to project, but I.
All right, is Dr. Lewin able to assist?
Chairperson, I am definitely able to assist with flighting the presentation. DG will have to advise. I'm sure he wanted to at least introduce the presentation, but I'm happy to assist with flighting it. I do have it here.
Would it be easier, Mr. Sonti, if you can indicate, would it be easier if we perhaps ask the department to come at a later stage?
Yes, Chair, I think that might assist, Chair, because partly due to load shedding, I think that is why our network is so bad today. I think that might assist, Chair. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Can we also please indicate to members, colleagues from CUT, that this is the meeting of the portfolio committee. And if there's going to be a challenge in allowing the committee to lead this meeting, we're going to have a big problem. So I really implore on ourselves to be very patient with the process that we're about to embark on. We've already received a request to make various amendments to the agenda. We are again receiving requests that seek to not allow for all of us that are not considerate of the challenges we may be all be having in relation to network, in relation to load shedding in the country. So we really ask for colleagues from CUT to be very patient with the process we are embarking on. Having said that, Mr. Sonti, I don't know whose mic is open now. In that light, colleagues, noting that we are going to allow for DG and his team to work around the challenges that they are currently facing, we will then hand over to the institution to make their presentations, and we will revert back to the department at a later stage. So I will then call on the council chair, Mr. SM Ranzo, or Rancho. Colleagues will assist me with the pronunciation. And then that will be followed, of course, then by the presentation from management led by Prof. A.B. Ngowi, who is the acting vice chancellor of the institution. I'll hand over to you, Chair of Council.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope everybody can hear.
We can hear you and we can see the presentation.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, firstly, let me extend a very warm welcome to yourselves, you and your team, the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and appreciate the gesture to come and do an oversight visit here in our corner of the world. My name is Matthew Ransu. I am the incumbent chairperson of this council, and I'm, as you rightly said, accompanied by management. And more so, the rest of my council is here. Our deputy chairperson is here, Dr. Mbileni Murema, and all the EXCO members are here. We are all here. And we are very excited to be in your audience. Let me first begin, Chair, by clearing a few call it misunderstandings from our side. We have an acting CFO that I think I need to mention to the forum. We don't have an incumbent CFO. Our acting CFO, Mr. Milingoli Nemuchili, is here with us as well, although he is not mentioned on any of the lists, if I'm not mistaken. So that's just for roll call purposes. And then secondly, our Alumni Association is also present in this meeting because although the Alumni Association is not enacted, it is, however, part of our statutory composition here on CUT. And that would perhaps explain why they were not invited formally by Parliament to make a presentation. I just wanted to clear that as well for the benefit of Mr. Mbuyiselo Franz. Chair, let me then, without any further ado, begin the presentation as you have directed. So CUT is governed by the Higher Education Act. We have our own statute that is published in the Gazette as and when we review. We are currently in the process of reviewing our current statute, where the likes of our Alumni Association will be reflected again, just to make an example. And our council really prides itself in adhering to the highest standards of ethical conduct. We adhere to all the relevant legislations that govern us as far as possible. And this current leadership really took over the management of this university from last year, around about April through to September. There was a big change in terms of the leadership of this institution. And from October last year, we have really enjoyed a lot of stability. At its September 22 summit, our council resolved on a very important matter where we realized a gap that our institution have in terms of putting our students at the center of our business operations. And because of the history that we had inherited at that time, we then resolved that in us pursuing our Vision 2030, we will definitely do better as an institution to put our students at the center of everything and every decision that we make. This is our Vision 2030, Chair. It simply says, by 2030, Central University of Technology Free State will be a leading African university of technology, shaping the future through innovation. We want to inculcate a sense of belonging to all our staff, our stakeholders, and buy in for this vision. And there at the bottom left corner, our intent is to create a harmonious community conducive to teaching and learning, and so forth, to produce a work-ready, entrepreneurial and holistic graduandi. So we have a clear vision that is cascaded into our institutional operational plan that are then cascaded further down to job profiles of our executives, and then further then divided into divisions and so forth and so forth. So everything that we do in CUT is strategic in nature because it is driven by our vision. My laptop is taking time to load. Chair, we want to be the first to admit that in the last 2 years, CUT has experienced a lot of turbulence as far as leadership, governance, management is concerned. But you can rest assured that in every turbulence that we experienced, Council was not short of corresponding action, to deal with the issues as they come. We believe that we are here to do exactly that. When there is confusion, where there is turmoil, it's time to provide leadership. And that is really the bone of contention as to how we deal with matters when we are in times of crises. We are a small university, therefore agility is still there, though not to my liking as a business person, but we try to be as agile as possible, and our recent past is nothing different. We had a set of problems and we confronted them head on and created stability in the institution as soon as we possibly could. So our role as council really is to hold management accountable to the Vision 2030 as I have mentioned, through the various instruments that then cascade from Vision 2030 in the form of the institutional plan, the 5-year strategic plan, our annual performance plans, role profiles, etc. CUT is in the process of statutory renew, as I've mentioned, Chair, and then in its 27th November meeting, Council approved the establishment of the Social and Ethics Committee of Council to align ourselves with the provisions of the King IV Code of Good Ethics and Code of Good Practice. It was an issue that was lacking, and Council has once again stepped up to the plate. And then we also take annual initiatives to evaluate ourselves. Last year, we outsourced the evaluation of Council to the Institute of Directors in Southern Africa, and they evaluated our Council, and that really presented a very good basis for us as Council and management to reflect on our past and really chart a clearer future for ourselves. And fourthly, we do have a few vacancies in our Council because we are a dynamic organization. Members' terms end. Sometimes members resign, so at any given point in time, you will find there's at least 1, 2, 3, or 4 members that we are filling. But nominations are in order right now. The nominations are out there. We are filling the vacancies that are appearing as they do. My video is on. Sorry, colleagues, I am visible. My video is still on.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you. I see a chat there that says that they want to see me. So moving on then, Chair. Is it there? But mine takes a while to step. Wonderful. More steps that were taken in rectifying our so-called challenges. We also took stringent measures as Council to ensure greater accountability and also alliance to King IV objectives, as I said, on good governance. And sixthly, we encourage transparency and ethical conduct, and that is evident in our vetting methods when we appoint new councillors. Also, a resolution that has recently been taken by Council. We do background checks of members of Council that are nominated before appointment. We practice declaration of business interest in every meeting of Council and management as well. And we have our biannual declaration of confidentiality, and also just an update on a biannual basis of our business interest as external members of Council. Can you just look for me? My remote is not working. Chair, this is basically how our Council is composed and how it literally feeds with the rest of the university, and how the committees of Council then are composed. As I said earlier, we are a creature of the Act, the Higher Education Act, supported by the statute. That is a combined document between the CUT Council and the department, where we then further break down and our own practice. Where our statute then are more practical and more on the ground as to how we operate and how we interpret the Act. We have a Planning, Finance and Resources Committee of Council. We have an Audit and Risk and ICT Committee of Council. We have a Remunerations Committee of Council, Human Resources Committee of Council, and the EXCO of Council that comprises of all the chairpersons of committees and the Vice Chancellor. The ESCO's role, in short, plays the role of a council between council meetings. However, EXCO has got very clear delegations from council, and EXCO is still responsive and accountable to council. EXCO only acts on the delegation of council. We have our institutional forum, which is also a part of our council. We have Senate, which is the highest academic decision-making body in the institution. As you would know, Chair, there are some decisions that the Act prohibits the council from making without consulting with Senate and consulting with the SRC. All of that is observed as we move along. Our council is allowed to be up to 30 members in number. 5 of those members are ministerial appointees. These are people that are appointed by the minister for his own benefit to sit on our council. The rest is external councillors and management, together with the staff component, academic and non-academic members of our employ are also represented through unions and various bodies. We have 2 SRC presidents because we have 2 campuses. We decided that we want each campus to have its own SRC president, and so both of them also sit on our council. Thank you so much. Okay. I am currently, my computer connection just fell, but I think I'm still there as far as the room is concerned. I will continue to present, Chair. Our statutory bodies are literally comprised of those on the screen. We have the institutional forum. Its chairperson sits on council. We have our unions, and it's both Nahau and Ndeu. And then we have our student representative council. Presidents also sit on council. And as I've mentioned, we have the Alumni Association that is also represented on our council, but perhaps not enacted at the moment. And as soon as we finished updating our statute, I think it will be proper to then recognize them accordingly. Having said that, I hope that everything is clear. I want to now hand over to Professor Ngowi, who is our acting Vice Chancellor, to then take on the presentation of management.
Good morning, Chair. I wonder whether I'm visible and audible.
You are audible, Prof. What I must now check if you are visible. You are visible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Like the chairperson of our council has mentioned, our management team started effectively on the 1st of October 2021. After there was a period of transition. And the management team is composed of myself as the acting Vice Chancellor. We have got our registrar, Dr. Zingwa, and then we have got our DVC for teaching and learning, that is Professor Ngidi. We have got a DVC for resources and operation, Dr. Gary Paul. We have got the acting DVC for research, innovation, and engagement, and that is Professor Mashele. And like the chair has just mentioned, we also have our acting CFO, Mr. Noshi. So, as indicated, Chair, when we came to office on the 1st of October, there are 2 big lessons which we had learned. The first of all was the executive cohesion. That there was perception that the management was not speaking the same tone, in the same language. So what we did was to agree that we meet 1 hour every Monday. Every week we meet to make sure that we are all on the same page and we speak the same language. So, Chair, as I'm going to request that even the preparation of this presentation, we made sure that we prepare this as a team, and we will request you that we present as a team. So the second major lesson which we learned is a consultation process. We need to have a comprehensive consultation on issues so that when a decision is taken, you have got the buy-in already. It may appear that it is taking a longer time, but our experience has shown that it pays. And the case in point is our mandatory vaccination. We started the process of consultation, which culminated in the first round of presentation to our council in December last year. And the first round of presentation was through statutory bodies to present a draft policy and exception to that policy. So at that council meeting then, it was clear now that we need to go deeper to consultation to make sure that nobody is left behind. We started that process as soon as January when we started the university, and we are engaged to the extent that we are ready to present again to council during the third week of this month. So to make sure that when students come on the 14th, we have a safe environment, we are following the protocols of the government, particularly on the level 1 of the level 1 protocols. And as you indicate here, as indicated here, Chair, we are following the calendar. Our studies, the students come to class on the 14th of February, and 52% of the students will return to campus, because the idea was ultimately to have all our students in campus. But as indicated then, we are going to have 52 of them when we start, because we are advising to lockdown protocols. And then announcement of additional students who may be requested to return first classes will be released on the 16th of February. Again, as indicated, by that time, the consultation for mandatory vaccination will have been completed. So the students mentioned above, that is the 52%, and the ones who are returning on the 16th of February, will only physically return to CET campuses on the 1st of March in order to allow them enough time to arrange accommodation. So we believe then, with this arrangement, we'll be in a position of providing safe environment for both our students and staff until we have that a policy on vaccination. And according to our plan, we are confident that we'll be able to complete the academic year 2022 within this year. So, Chair, as I've mentioned, the next slides, I'm going to request you to allow my colleagues then to present as we prepared this document together. The next one, I would like to ask our registrar to talk about the next slide of disciplinary hearing process of the former Vice-Chancellor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. May I just get confirmation if I'm audible? Chairperson, am I audible?
You are far from the mic a little bit now.
Is it better now?
Chair, I'm not sure it's only me who's hearing a colleague there a little bit far from the mic.
Okay, the registrar is just moving to a different mic, colleagues. I think there's a problem.
Thank you so much. Is it better now?
Yes, we can hear you better now.
All right, thank you. I'll just switch off my video. So the request from the Portfolio Committee was for the CUT to provide an overview of the outcome of the disciplinary process of the then Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Professor Henk de Jager. I just would like to inform the portfolio that there were several processes underway. It was the disciplinary hearing, but it was also the process of reviewing the term of office of the then Vice-Chancellor and Principal. During the course of 2021, mid-2021, as the process of the disciplinary hearing was underway, Professor Dijaha requested the institution to enter into a mutual agreement with the institution. This request was accepted by Council, and thus Professor Dijaha then exited the institution on the 30th of September after consultation and Council approval of the process. However, as it was a requirement, the review of the Vice Chancellor and Principal still went ahead, and he was reviewed. The review was compiled and facilitated by Professor Peterson and consulted extensively with our statutory structures, IF, Senate, and Student Representative Council to ensure that we close off on this project. So, as a result of the Council resolution and the acceptance of the mutual termination contract, which was signed by both parties, a firm statement was issued by both parties enforcing the separation. And then the process was officially concluded on the 30th of September, on September 2021, and subsequently the acting Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Ngowi, assumed the office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal in acting capacity, as we are currently embarking on a process to ensure that we find a replacement for the Vice Chancellor and Principal position. I was also requested to compile and provide a brief overview of the registration process on the 2022 registration. And what is projected currently is our dates on the left. The registration process started on the 26th. However, the application that enables us to admit students for this academic year started on the 15th of July 2021. We took a decision that we will not allow walk-ins. Should the students or prospective students want to take on offers at CUT, they needed to apply within that stipulated period. We did not want to have walk-ins in the institution so that we can also be compliant with the number of COVID-19 protocols. The registration of the first year started on the 8th of February, ends on the 8th of February, but started on the 26th of January. If you can just project to the next slide, please. So we did have some challenges that we would like to report. On the 24th of June, erroneously the campus was open and we had a number of prospective students coming into campus wanting to see if they can still be allowed to apply. The situation was controlled, it was managed adequately, and those prospective students were assisted, and we ensured that the security breach did not occur, and we subsequently started the registration on the 26th of January. The other challenge that we experienced is due to the NSC data download, which indicated a number of challenges. Therefore, we could not complete our vetting of the admissions. However, this was resolved and we started promptly on the 26th of January with the first time entering students. In preparation for the senior student registration, we ensured that our results are available on the site. We also made sure that NSPAS get a file of our results so that all those that have applied for NSPAS funding can actually get confirmation. However, NSPAS did have some challenges and some delays on issuing confirmation letters. However, we did experience assessment challenges, but were resolved subsequently on the 31st of January, which then meant that we can proceed with the senior registration, which was conducted online in preparation for this registration. Chairperson and colleagues, we have received a total of 116 applications, 848. Prospective students expressing interest at CUT. Our F10 target is 4677, and I'm happy to announce that we have met, we are close to meeting our target with a deficit of about 2%, but we are hopeful that we will be able to finalize this process and meet our targets. The slide, as it is projected, was generated on the 4th of February in preparation for this meeting. I am happy, however, to report that at this point we've got a cumulative registration headcount of 18,940. So the slide that you're seeing now has substantially changed. Our first-time entering students are now 4618, which puts us at a target of 98.74%, having achieved our F10 enrollment target. This is indeed promising. I would like to pause there and allow my fellow executive to take over from where I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zengwa. For the slide of the finance, we are going to take over in terms of the slides that we have. The first slide, is about the progress report on disbursement of NSFAS funding and allowance to the students. Chairperson and the members will say that we categorize the benefits in terms of what have been allocated to the students, which range from the student fees, accommodation, books, meals, and transport and allowance. By the end of the 2021, Chairperson, the NSFAS able to fund almost 16,110 students, beneficiaries, and then allocate about 830 million in terms of the funding for 2021. The NBA is talking about national bursary agreement for NSFAS. Those who are eligible funded and they meet all the requirements in terms of the funding, then they're able to generate the money in terms of such. But even though that's Schedule 2, if you go to the next page, for this 1% and members, we could say that even though we had about 16,000 of the students who actually benefit, there were some of the identified as challenges in terms of the data between the NSFAS and also the CUT as a university, ranging from 2017 to 2021. Then in that instances, those students, we highlighted to say in 2017, we had about 218 students who in terms of the migration process, they were not able to be funded due to the effect of the data between this university and NSFAS, which we able to forward all the outstanding documents that are required by NSFAS as a funder in order to upload them and also activate. But based on this 1% members, doesn't mean that we as a university didn't do anything about it. As a university from 2017 to 2021, we were actually taking over and carry those students and funding them in terms of paying their allowances so that they don't disadvantage, because the matter between the university and the NSFAS as the funder have to be dealt with, which we did with NSFAS around October last year. We went to NSFAS offices, and then the led by executives, finance, CFO, and also DVC RESOPs. Then the NSFAS actually welcome us, led by the executive CEO and the COO, where they allow us to present all the challenges that we have within the university. Also with us as a management, when we went to the NSFAS head office, we've been accompanied by the two presidents of the SRC for Velcom and also the Bloemfontein. We presented our case. NSFAS actually accepted our presentation. We're able to download and upload all the required information so that when it comes to 2022, we don't have those challenges where we incurred previous, because we could see the chairperson remember that 949 million is owed to the university from the NSFAS due to the fact that the university already incur and do expense to the student as allowances, including the tuition fees. By last year, we had about 2020, we had about 5,427 students which were not migrated in terms of to be funded. That's where you find that challenges where the students go to the portal, it says not funded, the certain documents are missing, but we submitted that. I could say yesterday when I was working with the champions from the NSFAS, because they assign representative to the university, the figure is going very well. I'm very, very happy that more than 4,000 of the students now are seen as a received document. It means that the appeals and everything the NSFAS will be catered for 2022. I'm happy with that. We can go to the next page. In terms of our budget, I just indicate that we say that there was about 13%, which was savings, due to the fact that working from home here, chairperson and members, is that we are able to make some savings, about 174 million based on the savings. And also the other thing as well, but this one, even as an underspend, is because of the immigrants, it's because we are working from home. Certain things about the traveling costs, the operational cost, the water and lights, the expenditure went down because of working from home. But at the end of the day, in terms that this doesn't actually have an impact in terms of the plan targets, because we could say that we are even achieving with a lesser in terms of the spending. Also, the other thing I just highlighted here to say, looking at the commitment that we had, we are saying we still have a commitment, but it's going to cover it in terms of the amount that we have. Only 17 million out of that as a savings, total savings. In terms of the cash flow, we are doing very well here, members, chairperson and members, that we have what we call cash management, which is our investment vehicle that we have, so that whatever little we have, we are actually saving the money. We actually have what we call the head project. The head project gave us the money in advance, 564 million sitting with us. The plan is underway, where we are busy with the planning phase. We are busy with the particular stages in terms of infrastructure development within our university. And also the cash management, 953 million out of that. Out of that, 564 is for the head. But now come with the issue, because our university, about more than 70% of the students are covered through the NSFAS. You could say that definitely if we put about 900 million as owed to us, you could say that it will reflect as outstanding debts or debtors. Our debt is sitting at 1.8 billion. It's because of most 900 million is for NSFAS to fund us, even though on the self-funded students, because we are having also the huge number of the students not paying their dues. Then, but also this one, what we're doing as institutions, we already identified that, we already engaged with the NSFAS. There's a point where we indicate that 2017, the data, and to 2020, we already do what we call close-out project with the NSFAS. It's a project started by NSFAS. We complied with everything. We hope that it will be finalized. Come 2022, we're not going to have a problem with that. What does it mean? It means that once they upload and those who are eligible funded be funded, definitely when the money inject into the university, it's going to reduce our debt that we have. Out of that, we are saying it's also going to also assist us on the historical debts, because this is a problem of the historical debt, because students are unable to receive their certificates when they graduate on the historical debts. You can go to the next. Okay. Out of this schedule, we're just trying to highlight about our year on year in terms of the in terms of the comparison, to say, even though we look at that, we actually have about 1.4 billion in terms of the income as a revenue, compared to 1.2 billion for the prior year, which was 2020. You can see there's a positive sign of 9% coming through. But also in this mind, we need to mind that indeed also certain amount there is still being owed by the funders as well, as I highlighted on the previous slide. On all as a net surplus, we are sitting about 23 million, which is about 8%. You can go to the next slide. Then I already highlighted this when I started to talk about analysis of our budget, just to give the schedule in that regard. You can go to the next slide. Okay. Then we have a success as a university. Also, the other thing in terms of the challenges, where we, as a finance, we are saying we operate within the budget, and also that we consider that so that we don't overspend, so that we don't have a problem with the cash management. Then the cost containment measures we put in place to make sure that we've got savings as a university, and we also improve in terms of the spending, more especially on the project and MARC project. Then we also improve more on the tender process. We consider that with the schedule that our target in terms of the spending, more especially on the BEE part, we target 80%, but by the end of the period, more than 90% of that was spent to the BEE in terms of the. Then there was an issue of the challenges, obviously, as a finance, the long process of the finalizing the close-out project 2017-2020. You could say that, but now I could say that it's coming right.
Sorry, colleagues, can the mics that are interrupting the colleague that's presenting please be muted?
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on, there's two mics. Anele, can you assist? Because I'm no longer co-host because I keep on getting kicked out of the system. But there's two mics that are open.
Yes, Chair, I did. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair and members, I just want to, of the Control Committee, I just want to indicate that the long process of finalizing the 2017 to 2020 close-out report, it actually have an impact on the cash flow, more especially because that money, 900 million, more than 900 million were already dispersed to the students. And also on that, but now I could see that the positive side of it, NSFAS is starting to come, because when I downloaded yesterday our data, I could see that now it's able to accept those students who actually on the results fund passed. It means that it's a positive sign of it, that NSFAS is doing something about it, of the long process. Then I've been working with the NSFAS even yesterday until late, where we are actually attending those issues. And then NSFAS representative is with us here in the council to confirm that indeed, in that instances, we're going to have a positive sign of it where matters will be cleared. The historical debts, I think, something that also is a challenge, because we have a lot of students who have historical debts that need to be given their certificates for their graduate so that they can go and find the jobs. The recovery of that also become a problem, because if they are not funding, obviously we have to write off in terms of debt management. But the problem is that that is still reflecting on the student accounts and also in that instances. In that, we could say, as a finance, that's the end of finance. Then I can pass to my colleagues for other schedules. Thank you very much.
Am I audible, Chair? I just want to explain. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Gary Paul, and I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor.
Colleagues, the colleague presenting now is rather far from the mic. If they can come a bit closer.
All right, I'll do that, Chair. Is that a bit better?
If you can just speak a little bit more, let's just see.
How does that sound, Chair?
All right, that's a bit better.
Okay.
It could be better, but that's yeah. We asked. Like, I can't say it's 100%. I could say maybe 60.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be at your behest in terms of having to raise my voice. So I'll speak on the Vice Chancellor recruitment process. Steps taken to address GPV, as well as infrastructure projects, specifically focusing on student residences. So to kick off with the Vice Chancellor recruitment process, Council resolved in November that we should adopt a blended approach, and we started immediately by advertising internally through our own efforts, the HR department, using the various platforms, CUT website, Skills Map, higher education, jobs, career 24, LinkedIn, to mention a few. But we also adopted or entered into an agreement with our academic partners. So the internal process is closed. Academic partners closed their process on the 13th of Feb. And then Exco Council will consider, under the guidance of the registrar, and present a shortlist to Council. The following slide provides very a detailed breakdown of the holistic process. So by 18 Feb, at point 3, we want to, Exco Council will be identifying an A list, B list, and C list, and then the proposal for to change the shortlist we submitted to the Exco Council will make the final decision. So the A, B, and C list will be presented by academic partners, consolidated, and that being the CUT list submitted to the headhunters and their own efforts as well. Exco Council will prepare submission for Council, and on the 24th of March, the Council will approve the final shortlist. That is phase 2. And so the process unfolds, and the intention is to make a final appointment at the Council meeting on 15 June 2022. Moving along here to the next topic, safety and security measures to curb GBV. Essentially, we have a fourfold approach: policy on harassment, sexual harassment, and GBV. And the purpose of that is to establish a safe, enabling environment that is free of harassment, sexual misconduct, and GBV for all members of the CUT, including our students. And that is supported by a procedure which then enables the actual dealing with such incidents. The procedure for reporting is specifically given prominence, given that there tends to be a reluctance on the part of victims to step up and to report those types of incidents. And then there's a security policy as well, and I'll unpack that in the following slide. So that policy essentially gives effect to protection services measures. The protection services, they attend to these incidents as soon as they are reported, and we ensure that there's a female officer in the event that there's harassment of a female. We've come to learn that it's not uncommon for males to be harassed as well in the workplace. So male and female investigating officers are available to deal with these cases as and when they arise. We've established an investigator post with a focus on GBV-related cases. We prioritize these cases from a protection services perspective, and we are underway in terms of procuring an automated investigation system which will enable reporting anonymously and seamless workflow-enabled process. We've done an awareness campaign and training amongst our protection services personnel. Moving along to infrastructure, just I think suffice it to say that we have aligned our efforts to enhance our infrastructure to our Vision 2030, fit for purpose, fit for partnership, and aligned to what the university's core business wants to do. But from a student residence perspective specifically, we want to strengthen our living and learning culture, and our numeric target is towards Vision 2030 is to afford 50% of our CUT students the opportunity to reside in CUT-owned residences. That's quite apart from the accredited accommodation providers off campus. An overview of our infrastructure project, as I said, our aim is to synchronize and align what we build with the core business growth plan. That's very important for us. We are closely looking at space optimization opportunities. COVID-19 has taught us that we could do with much less of the available space if we work smartly in terms of the flexible HR model and then repurpose some of these buildings concomitantly. So it's all about adaptive capacity and flexibility as we move towards making our campuses smart campuses. The following slide just gives us an aerial view of the Bloemfontein campus. I think it's noteworthy that the Bloemfontein campus, given that all its precincts, north, south, east, and west, are populated by infrastructure that cannot be repurposed or acquired, so we landlocked in them. And we had very fruitful discussions with the colleagues at DHET on Monday with regards to a land exchange, the Free State Sports Science Institute, and a land that we own on the western side of the city. And those discussions are at an advanced stage. So that's going to significantly enable us to pursue what we view as CUT being the anchor institution in Bloemfontein. So whether you look south, west, east, or north, there must be some artifact of the university physically visible, in addition to all the other strategic benefits that derive from that acquisition. The six mega projects that we receive very generous funding and support from DHET as part of the IAG funding. The first one is the jewelry school, and that was initially going to be located at the Welkom campus, but given the mining sector being negatively impacted through various economic and other forces, a decision was taken a few years ago to actually locate that at the Bloemfontein campus. We've got other great plans for the Welkom campus that will be a subject of discussion at probably the next Expo Council, given the developments that are in the pipeline in the gas industry, where there's no shortage of land in Welkom. Infrastructure projects in Bloemfontein, so we're enhancing our existing on-campus student residences by 232 residences. It's just to the eastern side, the part of the campus, probably 2 minutes walk. Our existing installed capacity is, in terms of students admitted in Bloemfontein residences, is sitting at 858, and the percentage reduces as enrollment increases over the year. We have Council has approved the acquisition of a Naval View Lodge, a Transnet-owned building, and that transaction is in the process of being concluded. We submitted the offer to purchase Transnet. It's going through their approval processes, and that will afford us the opportunity to, it's an amazing building, very good condition, to, amongst other things, to offer 336 beds at that particular facility. So another strategic acquisition for the university as part of our anchor institution endeavors and vision. The Welkom campus, again, just an aerial view. Next one. Yeah, that one. Just an aerial view of the Welkom campus with specific focus on that area mark 3, which shows the vacant land which we want to earmark for what we're thinking about to support the emerging gas economic activity in Virginia that's been published late last year. There's a teacher education building that's put down at the Dalton campus, 2 stories, providing different kind of facilities, teaching labs of physics, chemistry, biology, media studies, and the like. Then there's a multi-purpose hall. Next slide, please. Multi-purpose hall being put down at the Dalton campus, which will host a number of activities, again, aligned strategically to strengthen our living and learning capacity towards making our student experience more meaningful. 7 out of 10 of our students are reliant on this as funding, and therefore need to be on campus, and so it's important that we make that experience a pleasant one. Student residence in Bloemfontein, as I said, we're looking to put down 232 beds. We want to take that to a 5-block story, and then and build that to 4 beds. And by getting funding, hopefully for the next IAG funding application. Welcome existing capacity sitting at 249, and that vacillates also around 6% over the years, depending on the enrollment that takes place. We've got our eye on this particular building in Welcome. We've already approached the owners. We did apply for HTI funding. It was unsuccessful, but that is, I want to call it state-of-the-art facility, student SA. It is in really good condition, well managed, and so that will offer us the opportunity of enhancing or welcome a CUT-owned accommodation by 238 beds. In addition to all of that, we are also participating in the SHIP program, and the intention there is to add 1,000 beds in Welcome and 1,000 beds in Bloemfontein. Yeah, I'll just fly through these slides. Just some highlights. I think most notably the fact that we signed 2 MOUs with the Matabeng and the Jalaputra district municipalities, local and district municipalities. We've established a campus health facility. And then the challenge that we're sitting with at the Dalton campus is that the repositioning process, which will significantly and fundamentally repurpose the academic identity, the profile of that campus. And what we're thinking is to use that campus to ignite and to be the catalytic agent to turn around the Dalton campus, the Dalton community, the city, or the town from a socio-economic perspective. As stated in infrastructure, we focus on what the customer requires, and we have been struggling with project management expertise because of the lack of availability in the market, but making good progress there through fixed and contract appointments in terms of policy. Marketing and comms, the fact that we have, as far as I can recall, being at CUT, we've hosted the Well Done function, and the Free State province obviously leading the rest of the country as far as particularly throughput is concerned. The challenge for us is that we haven't been successful, salient one, to attract one or more of the top 10 or any one of those students who graduate and are recognized at the Well Done Council. That's another salient challenge for us, Chair, is that the institutional typology of a university of technology doesn't resonate well. It seems to me, I'm new to Bloemfontein 4 years almost. With the Bloemfontein community, they refer to the ones that I speak to as the university, they refer to the university as a technicon. Of course, we're working hard to undo that, which seems to me to be the residual brand strength of the Technicon. Lastly, from a risk management perspective, I think we have done a good job here under the leadership and guidance of Council to significantly enhance the risk management maturity of the university. And the challenge, saliently, is how COVID-19 has affected our institutional risk profile and the plans that we had thus far. From an HR perspective, I think salient success is that the fact that we have enhanced our employee value proposition. It's difficult to recruit really good candidates into Bloemfontein. Because Bloemfontein is not known to be on the top 3 list of favorite cities to live in, unfortunately, unless it's a career decision. But our EVP, and specifically how we've repackaged our retirement fund, saving cost, enhancing benefits, that was a particular success for us. We're struggling at the limitation side. The limitations of ITS or that IT as far as our HR assistants are concerned. So that's me. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Oh. Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Can you try again?
Don't tap, just talk.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yeah, you are audible now. I'm not the chair though, but you are audible.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to present on the student success, dropouts, and the throughput rates, and thereafter present on the causes and the measures put in place to address those student success, dropout, and throughput rate, and lastly present on the successes and the challenges within the teaching and learning division. Before I zoom into CUT context, I would like to provide information that can be able to assist us to understand and compare our position with other universities of technology in South Africa, because there are 6 universities of technology in South Africa. We've got Cape Peninsula University of Technology, ourselves, DUT, MUT, TUT, VUT, and VUT. And unfortunately, the statistics that I can provide, the latest is up to 2019 for comparison purposes. But for CUT, I'll provide specific information up to the current year, up to 2021. So, this is our audited information that is available from for other institutions, including ourselves. Starting with the pass rates, we are, sorry, the first one. Okay, if you look at the 2019 statistics or status, CUT is the second smallest university of technology. That is after MUT. As you can see, MUT is sitting at 14,000, was sitting at 14,328 in 2019, and we were sitting at 21,225. Others were more than that. Next slide. And then the next one is talking to the graduate percentage, graduate per academic staff. I'm going to start with that one. In terms of the pass rate, if I can start with the pass rate, you can see that we are we're second lowest at that time, not now. I'm talking about 2019. As you can see, we're sitting at 75.6 there. So the lowest was VUT at 74.3 in 2019. And in terms of graduates, the academic staff, we still on the same slide. We were the second highest after TUT, which is good, or it was good. And then if you look at our ratio of student FTE, that's a full-time equivalent, the academic staff, full FTE, we were second highest again after MUT. And the last one on which we always pride ourselves on is the proportion of academic staff with doctoral degrees. So CUT, as you can see, in 2019 was sitting at 39.9% and was the highest of all University of Technology in terms of the portion of academic staff holding doctoral degrees. So that's the background in comparison. Now, zooming on to CUT, and looking at our students. Okay, that's still 2019. That's still 2019 slide. Here we are looking at the graduation rate. We're at in the fourth place in terms of graduation rate in 2019. And in terms of this slide, now we are talking about CUT student success. Now we are not comparing ourselves with any other university. We are now looking at CUT. And I'm taking only the year 2018, 2019, and 2020, which are the past 3 years. I'm not including 2021 because the information for 2021 is not complete yet. And although the results are already out, but we still have got special assessment that are going to be written on the 10th of February. And after that, we'll get the clear picture in terms of the pass rate for 2021. So you can look, if you look at 2020, 2018, 2019, and 2020, we increased the pass rate in 2020 compared to 2019. In 2019, we were sitting at 75.15%. In 2020, we jumped to 81.19%, which is a plus. But if you look at the 3 years that I've mentioned, the growth is somehow stable in terms of those 3 years. So we are not dropping, but instead we are rising within that stability. Next slide. And then in terms of the first time entering students dropout rate during the first year of study, you can see that there was a decrease from 10% in 2018 to 6.7% in 2020, which is very good. If you look at the first years entered in 2018, in their second year, in 2018, the dropout rate was 10%. 2019, it went down to 9.7%. And in 2020, went sharply down to 6.7%. Next slide. And then on this slide, we are also looking at 2018, 2019, and 2020. And you can see here that in the overwhelming majority of our students, which is more than 92%, graduates. They graduated within minimum years or with minimum +1, which is very good, especially for NSFAS funded students. So none of our students, none of the students from 2018 to 2020 performed less than 90% in terms of the graduation time, which is very good. The next slide. Okay, looking at the causes and measures in place to address student success, dropout, and throughput rate. This information is not a thumbs up information. What we did in 2010 at the Center for Innovation, Learning and Teaching, because we were going through the COVID-19 for the first time. So we did a survey just to check from students what exactly is causing their dropout rates. And the challenges are categorized into four. The first one is psychological and emotional turmoil, where we are talking about psychological and emotional turmoil caused by personal challenges such as family bereavement, lack of financial resources, or an unmanageable workload due to the brief semester, were some of the main factors which affected student learning. And in terms of connectivity, students also mentioned the issue of lack of connectivity and technological devices. And thirdly, the remote assessment, the venue for taking examinations remotely. And lastly, there was an issue around lecturer support, somewhere lecturers were not available when maybe students needed them. Next slide. And then in terms of the interventions that are in place to deal with the issues that have been mentioned, which are related to student success, dropout, and throughput rates. Number one, we have got interventions. One intervention in our visual planning and quality enhancement, and other interventions that are in our Center for Innovation in Learning and Teaching. If I can take the first one, within the visual planning and quality enhancement, the institutional research performs analysis to identify qualifications with the highest number of first-time entering students dropouts. And then for these qualification courses with lowest pass rate are identified. That information is then provided to assistant deans for teaching and learning and relevant sections like student services and Center for Innovation and Teaching to introduce some interventions. So within Center for Innovation, Teaching and Learning, the support programs available include supplementary instruction, a peer mentorship program for first-year students, and academic writing support at undergraduate level. And within the visual planning and quality enhancement unit, the students at risk are also identified as early as possible using the power header. Once those students have been identified, and the risk assessment model based on past data, student educational background, performance on first assignment is developed to identify F10 students at risk of dropping out. And in 2021, which was last year, a total of 1,028 F10 students were identified, and this information was utilized for various interventions. And an impact assessment is underway. Lastly, in terms of technology provision, the institution assisted students with 5,000 tablets, as well as internet, as well as data during the lockdown. Next slide. This is my last slide on success and challenges. We were able to successfully complete 2021 academic year amid COVID-19 related challenges, and we also able to craft successfully our new vision 2030. And in terms of the challenges, most of the challenges are related to COVID-19, and they are resulting in academic staff not getting permission and access to industries for industry exposure as one of our targets. And also students not returning to campus in their numbers for face-to-face teaching and learning, as you heard the acting VC presenting our plan or in terms of readiness for 2022 academic year. So as much as we need to get all the students to campus for face-to-face teaching and learning, but it is nearly impossible because of the COVID-19 that is still with us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible?
Speak up, please, Prof.
Thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to touch a little bit on the applied research and innovation at CUT. Now, in this, I'm just going to touch on some Apex projects that we are doing at CUT that actually positions us as leaders in the field. I would just like to start by saying at CUT, what we normally do when it comes to research, we don't maybe count our success in research only by the publications, maybe the impact factor of the journals where we publish, but we also look at the impact that is to a person on the street. What impact does the university actually do in as far as research and innovation is concerned? Now, to that end, CUT has what we call the Advanced Manufacturing Ecosystem. In this regard, we're talking about the Product Development Technology Station. We're talking also about the newly established DSI and CUT-funded Medical Device Additive Manufacturing Technology Demonstrator, and of course, we've got the CRPM, or the Center for Rapid Prototyping and Manufacturing. So here, as you can see, we've got quite a number of clients, and actually shows that we're not just doing research, but we're concentrating on applied research and really making the difference in people's lives. And of course, this speaks to our Vision 2030, where we say that by 2030, CUT should actually lead by innovations. Next slide, please. We can also see that when it comes to the medical devices, we are actually leading in this particular field as CUT, and we've got ISO certification to really produce these medical devices. Next slide. Now, you'll see we've spoken about this medical device additive manufacturing technology demonstrator. You'll see that with that injection of almost 72 million, that made it possible for us to even produce more medical devices, and it speaks to what we do as CUT. Now, it is very much important because for South Africa to compete internationally, the local medical device industry needs to be supplemented with the latest technology, infrastructure, expertise, and skills. This can be aided by a technology demonstrator for additive manufacturing of medical devices. So this basically now bridges that innovation chasm in medical device manufacturing, and it has assisted us a lot, as you are going to see in the next slide. You can clearly see that before that medical device additive manufacturing, you can see the medical devices that we produce, but after that, you see the sharp increase in those devices in maxillofacial, orthopedics, in other devices and so forth. And you'll see maybe some examples there, the 3D printed spinal cages, you've got the clinical respirators, and of course, the artificial jaws and so forth that we are going to actually elaborate on in the next slide. Next slide. So here you see the 3D printed spinal cages. These are very much important, especially for those who might have some challenges, maybe with back pain, or maybe you've broken your neck and so forth. So this actually speaks to that you might have maybe in your vertebrae, your disc that might have a problem. So normally you go for surgery, then they can put those titanium, what you call devices. Just go to the last. So here in this, yeah, right. Now, it's not only that, I don't know. Then here we are going to see basically a video to actually show the impact of what we do in as far as medical devices are considered, 3D printing. Can you just play that video, please?
In the slide.
Yeah. All right, just...
there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Chair, once again, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. This is the presentation by management. Back to you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, that would then cover the council and management presentation about just highlights and the state of the university. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Over back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues and members of council. It seems like the chair is off the system, so I'll just hold the sword up until she comes back. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, the Council of CUT as well as management. I hope you will stay with us so that we take questions and clarity seeking questions at a later stage. But at this point, we would like to go through with the program and get a presentation from the SRC. Colleagues of the SRC, looking at the time, we were just humbly requesting that we take cognizance of the time and make sure that we manage time properly, because we are expected to finish this portfolio committee by 1 o'clock. I will hand over to the SRC.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Very much so.
No, thank you very much. Can you go to the second slide there? We as the SRC, we are encountering the issues that are affecting the students. Challenge number one, the students are faced with issues of incorrect marks, which are not fixed due to selfish and incompetent lecturers who fail to verify marks before sending them to exam department, and also failure of exam department to adjust marks on time. Then bullet number two, students are also faced with delayed reassessment marks, and consequently, they will miss special exams opportunity due to its closing date on the 10th of February. Then bullet number three, we also have the problem of pending disciplinary hearing of academic dishonesty, whereby students are not told that they have plagiarized. They only saw during the release of marks that they are pending disciplinary cases, which they were not aware of prior to the release of exam results. Now, as I move on, we have the problem of exam department declining the special assessments application without factual and policy reasoning, which means now they decline the special assessment request of the students without referring back to policy and giving us something that is factual and making sense. Moving forward, we have a problem of registrations due to senior students not being auto-promoted by exam department. As a result, they cannot register, and the closing date is supposed to be today of registration, which must be extended throughout this week. Thank you. As I continue, we have a problem of late flagging of results, which affect the Bachelor of Education graduates because they cannot register for sales and jobs. As I move on, graduations lists are not published on the CUT website. It's only preliminary list, which students are not included there, including myself as the president, I'm not included there. As I continue, HODs are refusing to accept students due to quota full after the admission, but the HIDA and DVC of teaching and learning indicating that the quotas are not full. Lastly, we are currently experiencing delayment of data bundles disbursement, as classes are going to start on Monday, the 15th, and 70% of the community are still studying remotely. As I continue under the finance, can you change it? Under the finance ministry, challenges of the finance department. Point number one, we have the lack of information sharing from the office of the CFO to SRC, a lack of accessibility of strategic offices, Currently, we are faced with students who receive messages from NSFAS that they must settle their loans, whereas they were not using NSFAS, especially students that had registered prior 2017. We have outstanding allowances that are not paid to students till today. We have bursaries that we do not know their criteria and policies due to lack of information from Finance Department. A mistake that the institution is making and the previous SRC that we only focus on NSFAS, whereas we have a different variety of funders in the institution, which we don't know their full information in terms of funding list of students and how they disperse those allowances. That's why we have this harmony, because we only focus on NSFAS, whereas we have other private funders. As I continue, we have students who cannot acquire their qualifications due to templates that are not sent to NSFAS. We experience problems of migration of students from the ITS system to the Fundi system. That makes them to receive their allowances. As I go to my last Ministry of Residences, the reason why I chose these three ministries is because there are pending issues under these ministries. We have 14 portfolios, but I'm going to focus only on 3. On the residences, challenge number 1, we have the problem of residence maintenance at RESIS. Our residences are not in good conditions, but students are paying money there. Because I believe if we accredit accommodations, again, when we accredit accommodations, there's a criteria that is followed to accredit or give accreditation to certain accommodations. Even the residences must be assessed through those criteria, because some of the residences you find even they are not even in good standards, even good health standards to make sure that the well-being of the students is taken care of. Then bullet number 2, most of residences students are admitted but fail to register. They are admitted but they fail to register. Is that a point I made on academics, that the header says that is a space the students are admitted but they fail to register due to quota food. When I move on, we are also facing wardens that claims residences are full, but when we check residences like Mzini and Iendrach are not yet full, and they are giving us a problem, those wardens, because now as the SRC we must operate in superior or in higher engagements, whereby we operate or we engage with the residence manager. If the residence manager is giving us a way forward, these wardens are giving us a problem, and that thing is unwanted in the Central University. As I continue, accredited accommodations are exploiting students and are under poor maintenance, and the SRC is going to seek for a re-evaluation or a re-accreditation so that we can go there and check each and every accommodation, because now they have this tendency when they hear that a CUT is bringing a third party to check whether they meet requirements, they borrow each other let me say resources. For example, you'll find that a certain accommodation doesn't have fridges, but when they know that there's an appointment date, they make with the CMT for them to be assessed. They will borrow a fridge from another residence. Then after that, the students are exploited when they inquire which year we saw a fridge when CMT was here. Where's that fridge? Moving forward, the institution did not accredit more residences that can accommodate the entire CMT student populace, especially at Grouponly campus, because we are the majority campus with many students. The last bullet, written it in capital letters, there is very important. All residences are not named with African names, and we call for equity in naming of our residences, especially residences like Menheim and Lochis. Those 2 residences are named after Afrikaner soldiers, which are having a bad impact on the history of black people. Even the naming, the new naming of those buildings must not be inclined or be aligned with political names that have political disparities between the student populace and the management at large. My last slide is the success of the Grouponly campus SRC. This is the first time under my capable leadership of the history of this institution. 80% of Grouponly campus SRC is graduating, and all of them have been accepted under postgraduate studies. Then bullet number 2, we have successfully ran our legacy project called Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels was giving 100 students that are unfunded meals 3 times a week, and we are going to start it on Monday again, moving forward. We have acquired a McDonald's scholarship for 5 students under hunger alleviation program, which means now from 100 students that we are assisting under this Meals on Wheels, last week, my office and the office of Dr. Maritz, the head of communication of the institution, we went there to McDonald's and we wanted the sponsor. Then luckily they gave us the sponsor. We didn't want to raise it prematurely in this portfolio committee because we haven't even raised it to relevant structures of council and our statutory bodies. But they are going to help those students with, they will give them 1,500 per month. Again, that one assist them with meals. This one will assist them with at least money to satisfy some resources. And they said from that 100 students, they are going to teach them. They're going to give them a skill. Then during, let me say, December, June, when they have these part-time jobs, they will put those students there so that they can work. It is better to teach someone to catch a fish than giving them a fish, because when you are not there, it will be a problem. As I continue, we championed the data bundle increase, because now our institution was giving the students 10 gigabyte data during the day, then 20 at night. But at least the management reached the same consensus as they gave. They give them 20 gig in the morning, let me say day, then 20 gig at night. We have recruited students from Botshabelo till Venda. Most of them were accepted and have successfully registered, which means now we are extending the footprint of CUT across South Africa. That's why one of our visions is that in 2030, we want to be the leading university of technology. We must start it here locally first before we go outside the perimeters of South Africa. I, as the president, formed part of the delegation of CFO to Cape Town when we addressed the debt they owed to the institution, and the engagements were progressive, and we learned serious skills there, and we are thankful for that. Some of the achievements that I forgot to put there, I wrote them with a pen in my documents here. CUT Choir, Bloemfontein campus, has secured position 2 last year at the LECMA competition, which was held at Kwaga. And this year, May, they are going to compete at Gauteng Gagma. And hopefully we know that they will achieve position number 1. The CUT Bloemfontein Inectas president represented us at the United Kingdoms, whereby all Inectas leaders were there across the globe, and we managed to win 10,000 of UK pounds, which is a good thing that has ever happened to the Bloemfontein campus under my capable leadership. That's why we have many achievements. Due to time, I could not engrave all of them here, because some are operational achievements. And as the CFO was addressing you, yet even they managed even to save a certain surplus of funds under my capable leadership and the capable leadership of Daten Ngubile. With those words, I thank you. I don't know from the Telkom side, the president will further the engagements. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson and the latter speaker, being the president of the Bloem campus. Due to time constraints, I'm aware that I'm only left with 3 minutes. I'm going to try by all means to try put everything in, because the chair or the presiding officer had made us aware, cautious of time. Just to usher that in the presentation that I've given, I'll not be able to project my screen on the board because of time. I'll just go through it, but mainly just to say some of the submissions that I've made, or we have made at the SLC as the Welcome Campus, have been encapsulated with the presentation. For an example, the presentation that was made by Dr. Paul, there were points that he had made that is mainly part of our presentation, to say the problems or the challenges which resonates around prolonged repositioning process. That speaks to the lack of stability of Welcome Campus. It has been a very long time. The growth of the campus remains very stagnant. Since the merger of these two campuses in 2004, we have learned that this unique campus and Welcome Campus in the mines have been left out in terms of infrastructure and in terms of many other departments. Giving a broader picture as to how the institution is like, I'd like to paint it that our institution is as a multifaceted institution with dual campuses and a multi-layered discourse, which shapes and sharpens the direction of the institution, in which the other campus is predominantly known as what we call the former white institution, and the other is a former black institution. So considering the structural base of the institution, we relatively consider the institution as stagnant,
and fixed in which it does not bear or warrant any efficient and effective and smooth running of the institution. In brief terms, what I'm trying to say is that it does not inspire any sense of growth in terms of administratively, financially, and infrastructurally. Therefore, the impasses which are naturally married to one another needs to be dissected for the new order to emerge, of which this is something that the Vodacom campus got to be in, I think 2 years back, where our student activist walked from Vodacom campus to Bloemfontein in a notion of decentralization of power, and in them saying power is decentralized in Bloemfontein, where much of the decisions cannot be made in Vodacom campus, and that warrants our campus as stagnant and slowly to growth. And we further experience our challenges in poor decision-making powers due to incapacity, and additionally to secondary appointments, which is largely experienced in Vodacom campus. The executive management, as I have alluded upon, the infrastructure, which largely affects access and intake. Colleagues in the meeting would be aware that improving the previous years as Free State being number one for so many years, we still struggle in Free State in terms of quota, because our prospective students, when they see Free State, they only see two institutions of higher institutions, which is UOFS or CUT. So we're still struggling a lot in terms of quota, which in the process of a period that we are still in, we're still struggling about that, we're still trying to come up with amicable solutions to the situation. And administrationally, as is the hub and the backbone of any institution and organization, once it gets to be flawed and messed up, it certainly weakens the entire structure of the organization. That's an extent in which, as the SRC regards the existence and the value administrationally, this component need to be compromised in any way. So, in so far as the mission statement and the vision objective of any organization is concerned, our vision objective as the SRC of Vodacom campus is to not only to advocate, but to ensure that the values and the objectives that are highlighted or alluded by management, they are not forgotten, but they are being taken into consideration. We encounter a very opposite experience in our campus and institution at large due to reluctancy and incapacity, as alluded, and we do have systems in place that highly speak to our students, that sometimes always annually needs improvement. We speak about the AGU systems, the ICT, the e-tutor, the student portal admissions and registration processes, which sometimes drags its feet. And in conclusion, just to say, speaking about the readiness of on the student affairs of our campus or institution, I would say that largely we are deprived from seeing a very readiness that would be of success due to annual backlogs. We experience annual backlogs that in a certain year, in a year that we would be facing backlog of another previous year that would need to be problems in terms of systems and so forth, administrationally as highlighted. I think the rest due to time will just be shared in submitting this document to Melizelle there so that she gets to share. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Oh, you're back, Chair.
You may go ahead, Whip.
Oh, I was holding the thought for you while you were having challenges with the connectivity. But at this point, both the president of SRCs of CUT, Vodacom campus, and Bloemfontein campus have presented. We would therefore let me also thank both colleagues from the SRC for the young as they are, they were able to hold on to time. And would therefore request the IF to present, and Slal would then take over from here.
Thank you very, very much, Comrade Whip. Colleagues from the Institutional Forum may continue.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible enough. You can hear my strong voice.
You're audible. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. S. Masweu, also known as Master, I'm the chairperson of the Institutional Forum. As you know that there are specific terms of reference that are given to every institutional forum in every university. As I was preparing this presentation, there might be some of the things that I omitted in terms of spelling there and then, but I think the focus will be what we wanted to present. We are supporting diversity and inclusion in workplace, enforcing policies on race and also gender equality, participating in selection of candidates in senior management, perform functions that are determined by council, and also ensuring transformation plan is implemented, and also do monitoring, and also play oversight on work allocated by the council, but also the things that we identify. But before we can do so, we also consult council to make sure that we are aligned, because one of the primary role that we play is to advise council. So I think one of the challenges have been issues of insurance regulations and compliance, but it's something that continually we're working on to make sure that all the stakeholders and parties that needs to do their work, they always do their work. I saw these issues as issues that were highlighted, and I think also they were also discussed in the forum itself. The issue of resignation of the council members, which I think that the most important thing here is to establish the root cause of this exodus of the council members, to make sure that in the future is managed well. Because if you don't know why people are leaving, you would think that everything is okay, only to find that there might be some critical hiding issues that might need to be resolved, so that going forward, you do not have council people are continually living without knowing the deeper reasons on that. And also the issue that relates to the mutual separation of the VC. I think the forum as it's sitting has got unclear reasons given to that effect. I think we've already passed that to council itself to provide better details on the issue, because as we see it as a multi-stakeholder forum, we also represent the public. So we need to know, so that as we ask questions and the public wants to know, we can be able to provide the proper informed answers in that regard. And also, I think the observation that has been made in a number of meetings on other things is that council should continue to play its strategic role and allow management to do its operational work. One of the recommendations is reevaluating the current operating models and communicating clear messages, so that as we go outside of all the stakeholders, because remember that institutional forum, its representation, we've got internal and external members who are representing different stakeholders, but all the stakeholders within the university and outside the university, they are represented within the forum itself. And also we think that the intervention of IODSA will bring improvement in terms of the work that the council is doing. I think already there's some progress in that regard. One of the observations that were made was numerous acting positions, which create a lot of problems in relation to decisive decision taking. And also those that are acting there not being sure about the future. It creates problems for them. Even the kind of decisions that they make are very short term, even on issues that needs a longer term kind of a better view. And managers that are acting without comprehensive vision on how and why the changes are made, and which create a number of these things that I've indicated: the poor management, clear operational practices, poor communication, lack of equal opportunities, bullying and harassment, and unresolved workplace issues. which I do think that is things that we need to look into. Because as we look at the university, there are great things that are happening there, but there's also areas that needs improvement. These challenges that are placed there might have been more challenges, but these are continuous challenges that have been raised in a number of platforms. As I've already indicated, that the forum itself represents different stakeholders, and there are different stakeholders that are represented in there. And one of the issues that have been raised, I think, on the side of the students is challenges regarding the NEFSAs, which have been continual in a number of years. And this also create problems in terms of the efficient running of the institution, and also causing some problems in relation to registration and also assessment. And there's also inconsistency application of fairness in the university. CUT does not have policy on promotion of support staff, which demoralizes workers in general, but it does have a promotion policy on academic staff. So I think that some kind of equality needs to be created so that you know that you've got a workforce that will be there and will be happy to be part of the institution. And one of the other issue that is observed there is on issues of acting positions with the institution. That the university takes long to fill positions, and it creates number of inconsistencies and some of the challenges that were also raised by students and so on. When you look in detail, so that you find that the contribution is this long time of filling of the positions. Generally, there is lack of communication. We need to better manage communication between different stakeholders. Poor quality of newly developed infrastructure. I think even somewhere, somehow, the students also even raised it that there is poor quality of newly developed infrastructure. These are areas that needs the improvement on. Safety and security, including policies, measures that should be put in place in incident of gender-based violence. As you know that it's unfortunate that the numbers are increasing on this gender-based violence, and we need to make sure that as the university, we make sure that we become proactive instead of becoming reactive when challenges are there. And thank you very much, Chair. God bless.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the IF. I'd like to now hand over to workers from the labor union. So we'll start with Nahal, and then we'll go on to Mateo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible, and I also hope that my slides are showing on your side.
You're audible, but your slides
okay.
are accurate. There they go. If you could also put the camera at the beginning and then switch it off if you have challenges with network.
Okay, let me just. What do I do now? Escape out of this. Okay. So is that patience? Yes. Sorry, I'm experiencing network problems this side. I'm trying to switch on my camera. Let me do this. This is me, Chairperson. Before I start sharing my slides, this is me. I am Dr. Mandwa Molete, and I will be presenting the slides for Nehao.
Thank you very much, Dr. Molete. You may continue with your presentation.
Okay. Okay, that is the first slide. And Chair, if I may be allowed, I have some pictures here that will form part of the referencing of some of the pointers that I will be referring to in this specific presentation of Nehao. The first one is just a clip of some of our infrastructure rather. These are the residents for the students, and that's one of the students. This video was taken 2 weeks ago, when the Free State was experiencing a little bit of rain. And on this slide, rather, these are some of the offices that experienced the same situation during the rain. And it should be noted, these are some of the new infrastructure that we are having on our campuses or on our institution. This picture here is of our newly sports field on the Welkom campus. This picture that I'm having here is some of our classes during when there's lockdown, because there's no generators in the classes. Therefore, the academic project for that day cannot continue. Some of the
sorry. Apologies. There's firstly two issues. There's sound. We're not sure where the sound is coming from. Honorable Sibia, can we please assist in muting Honorable Sibia's device? Honorable Sibia, your device is unmuted. And Anela, can I please be made host again, co-host again? And then could we kindly request Dr. Mulite that you put your presentation on slide mode. Is it F5?
F5. I'm trying to do that now. Slide mode. Okay. Is it on slide mode, Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Colleagues, can we please try our best not to interrupt colleagues that are presenting this morning? Can we be aware of our devices? Thank you. You may continue, Doc. Apologies for that.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you, Chairperson. Okay, I was here with explaining this buildings. This is our, as I was saying, our sports facility in Welkom. I'm sure the acting CFO would have better knowledge of how much it costs, but it looks like it's finished there. This is one of our classes. Okay. This is some of the classes during load shedding, rather, because many of the buildings that has lecture halls do not have generators. And these are just this one is just some of the new infrastructure, as it is noted there. These are some of the conditions that some of our security personnel, we are members of NEHAO, have to work under, as you can see. And also they still do not have their work uniform and have to deal with that weathers that are changing or climate changes. Then I will start with an overview of the university. The first one is the institutional culture of fear. This was raised at several strategic engagements with management, where we have raised the concern that was raised by our members regarding the fear that they have, the threats that are there, and also the bullying that is happening by learning managers, by management, and also by other staff members. We have tried to include external stakeholders to try and intervene in our engagements with management, but it is just a document that was drafted, and what we refer to as NEHAO every time we speak to management as a talk show. We also have excessive use of external legal services as a threat against staff members. Staff members are not able, which is actually linked to the first part, where staff members are not able to express themselves because of they are continuously threatened with legal services that has been over some months now being used against our members. Then, Chairperson, this third bullet will now lead to the videos that I've shown to you, and the video rather, and the pictures that I've shown you regarding inconducive environment for teaching and learning for both students and staff members. And I think those pictures are evidence of what we were talking about, even though they are not all the pictures that we would have loved to show this panel today or share with our colleagues. Then there's also inconsistency in application of institutional policies. In this case, we have made an example of the HR policies. And as we know that HR department or the division of HR are the custodians of policies, but we have found ourselves having to communicate with them regarding their own policies. For instance, acting positions, as you have heard, there are so many acting positions, and the incumbents that are acting in those positions do not qualify for those. Some of them exceed their duration of acting as stipulated in the policies that was drafted by management. Then we go to our second slide, which is the governance crisis. the resignation of the previous council members, as you have heard council presenting regarding that. There was a lot of them that actually resigned, like the chairperson, the deputy chairperson of council. And we were not really briefed on what actually transpired there. There's no reports given regarding the disciplinary hearing of the former VC, and also the mutual separation taken by council to part ways with the previous VC of the institution. We do not know the status and nature of his departure because it's not been cleared whether he resigned, whether he retired, early retirement. All of those things have not been cleared out with us. And I am sure, Chairperson, even today, regarding those two bulletins, we have still not have a clear picture of what really transpired there. Then lack of decision-making and intervention from council. Council is seen as a to be responsible for strategic goals of the institution to be achieved, and that's their role as governance. But, we have not seen that. We have had so many student protests, which affects the strategical goal of the institution, which is academia. And as council did not come clear on that and how they are intending to intervene to stop the continuous protest. A most recent one is the deadlock on the multi-year salary increment agreement that was between management and labor. And instead, council referred it back to management, even though they knew that we were at deadlock at that point in time. And we had to seek intervention from our upper structures in Nehau for that to be able to be implemented. Then we come to management. The management of this institution is co-managed the university with student leadership. There are endless protests. We have seen that even with the extension of the academic year last year and the year before that, to be exact. Labor was not involved in that. We had to impose ourselves in those meetings to ensure that our workers are well represented by the decisions that are taken. And Chairperson, in those meetings, the decisions was given over to student leadership to guide management on how they would prefer that specific year to play out. Then incoherence between management in management. This is regarding individual decision-making. Chairperson, you have heard from some of the presentation that those by SRC referring to HODs. Each and every division is acting like an island. And in those divisions, subdivisions that are within that division are also acting in islands. There's no coherence of leadership, of decisions that are taken and how those decisions are communicated. Each and every manager, for instance, will communicate something to the employees or staff members as he feels or she feels they are interpreting the message, and that's how they send it. Then leadership deficit and trust deficit. We feel that there is no leadership as it relates to the first bulletin of co-managing, where we find that management is supposed to lead at an operational level and give guidance, and we have not seen that. All we have seen as Nehau is internal politics and internal fights between management. There's also a trust deficit, and it's not only with us, but also with our members, that a little communication that can be done between an employee and their line manager has to include unions because of there is no trust. We also are at the point that we do not trust management on decisions that were taken at platforms that we are given as labor to communicate with management, because some of the decisions that comes out of there would be later coming back and be changed. Then there's lack of accountability, no consistency in application of consequence management. It's like consequence management is only applied to staff at the lower levels, and at the higher levels, like we have now just heard regarding the disciplinary hearing of the VC, former VC, which has not been concluded, or we do not have any information regarding it. And it has happened with many executive personnel that they will get away with murder, as we can put it. Then perception of management rewarding loyalty with promotion. no evidence given to certain promotions, irregular changes, individual role profiles. People in one division performing the same duties under the same level, and then you will see discrepancies in promotion, in role profiles that has been changed, and that will not be communicated to even labor. And there is no transparency in how it has been done. We have seen recently during COVID and lockdown that some of our executives or some of our staff members have been promoted. And we still do not understand how that happened during that specific time, as their roles is a bit confusing. Then we come to the registrar's division. There's inconsistency of student admission policy and the assessment policy. For instance, the examination department still has outstanding marks of 2019, and we are now in 2022. Some of the students are still not graduating, and it feels rather comfortable for our members to be blamed for that, specifically those in academia. We also have a welcome campus that is juniorized. There is nobody in this welcome campus, rather, that can make decisions, prompt decisions on issues such as mark changes, mark adjustment, and such things. This whole institution is relying on one person. Then there's also the dysfunctional information management system, where students register more than one qualification. Some of the students even register for post-level qualifications when they don't even have undergraduate. We have seen that even now, Chairperson, during this academic year of 2021. Then unfilled positions in the registrar's division. Chairperson, the registrar's division feels like a Hollywood. It's acting, everybody's acting. Wellness managers, the deputy registrar, deputy campus director on the Welcome campus, dean of students, and our incumbent, who is now a registrar, is still being mentored. Yet we have to run this part of the registrar division, which, by the way, is the engine and the heart of this university, but seems to be the most dysfunctional division inside of the university. Then we come to procurement irregularities. There's evergreen contract companies. Tenders are awarded to the same companies. It does not matter what needs to be fixed, what needs to be procured. The same evergreen companies will be there, same company that is on the database of this institution that performs all duties. It's like they're jack of all trades. Then value for money on procurement. We have seen some of these companies that are here and are currently on the database of CUT. And CUT do not follow the BBBEE government procurement policy to check whether those companies do really comply with that. Then the urgency of processing procurement. We are an institution, as you will see, that we are at the lowest rank of outputs, Chairperson, when it comes to research outputs. Some of those reasons, Chairperson, is because of the urgency, the lack of urgency of processing procurement, which we have communicated as well. So many strategic engagements with management. Requisitions will be lying on desks of financial officers for more than 5 months. Bearing in mind that those procurements or requisitions that are made are for binding for students that are supposed to graduate. They are for articles that needs to be paid, to be published. They are for conference registrations for our academic staff. They are for accommodation for conferences. All of them will be lying there. And the minute some of our staff members copy us and executive, then only there will be some type of movement in that. Then low quality of new infrastructure, delay of implementation of commencement of construction of buildings and sports facilities, as I have shown you. The former VC has told us about the award that has been given, which is public money, to build infrastructures that are here as being represented or presented by management, to expand the Welcome campus, new facilities for teaching and learning and others. And it's been 3 years now since we have heard that, and nothing has happened. And yet prices are increasing. Hence, we will be sitting with low quality infrastructure like we are sitting with now. Then procurement irregularities on the COVID-19 related expenditure. Poor quality products were sourced, such as sanitizers with zero alcohol content. And it must be noted, Chairperson, the 0% alcohol content was done by NEHA. We investigated it after our members were a bit skeptical on the color of the sanitizer. We then went and requested some of our qualified scientists, which are our members, to go into the labs and test it. And then we came up with to send back that evidence to management. Then we come to involvement of NEHA in decision-making. There's a disregard for the union in decision-making that affects staff members. Like I've just said to indicated a chairperson that the academic year or other things that affect our staff members, we will not be included, but management or council will feel it comfortable to include students. Then the disregard for union inputs in policy formulations and other processes like recruitment of executives. We have seen this in many other institutions, that at least labor will be given a seat of observer to observe in those processes, as those processes affect our workers, because those people who are appointed in those positions are going to work with our members. Then the last slide, Chairperson. The recommendations of NEHA is first that we request an investigation on the departure and disciplinary process of the former VC be done, as it has not been communicated to us. We would also like a holistic forensic investigation on procurement, promotion, appointment, and others on this specific institution. Then we would request that, as council have stated that they are changing the statute, that labor be involved in decisions that are made, especially those that affect our staff members. We also recommend that the registrar's division needs to be restructured to allow cohesive flow of roles. Some of the roles are very confusing, Chairperson. We have now heard that the deputy registrar is going to be on the Velcom campus, yet we also have the deputy campus director on this campus who is currently performing those roles that are supposed to be performed by some of the roles rather that are supposed to be performed by the deputy registrar, and all other some of the positions rather that are in there that needs to cohesively flow, as that is the institutional's heart and engine. Then an investigation be done specifically on the COVID-19 expenditure, because we are still not clear. As you have seen, Chairperson, I've told you that some of the things that are said here, the financial records that are shared here, it's for the first time that we see some of these things, as they are not communicated to us, even on levels when we are requesting them for transparency. And then, what would be the most satisfying outcome for NEHA is, NEHA requests the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Nzimande, to intervene as provided for in the Higher Education Act 101 of 1997, as amended, of course, to appoint an independent assessor to investigate governance, finance, and administrative problems in the institution. Just for a side note, Chairperson, the above was a mandate given to us by our members, whom are almost 90% of the staff members of this institution. We hope their message today fell on fertile ears. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can we now head over to colleagues from Mateo? Our colleagues, oh, okay, there we go.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Can I keep my video off, because I'm on campus, but it's also a little bit of a challenge here with regard to the Wi-Fi. So I hope I'm going to.
Dr. Williams, if you can just show your face so that we know how you look like, and then you can close your camera after that.
There am I. Thank you. Yes, I am Titus Williams. I'm the chairperson
Williams,
of
I'm not
Intel.
sure. Sorry, I'm not sure if all members saw you. I think, can you switch it on maybe for 2 minutes and then you'll switch it off?
I didn't see him as well as Lalo.
Okay.
All right, can just keep it on for a minute, please, and then switch it off. I think the delay between when you press the button and what we see, and then when you switch it off, kindly, please.
Okay, Chairperson, let me start with my presentation. I'm Titus Williams. I'm the chairperson of Intel, and I'm also as part of our National Executive Committee, and I'm dealing with social justice and skills development. My presentation is basically the same as my colleagues from how it's actually a reflection of the workers. We've asked them to give us some input so that I can then consolidate and then present their views and their issues as workers. We just go to the next one.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. You may switch your camera off. You're a very handsome man indeed. Thank you so much.
Of employee, the safety of employees and students, because students there's now a tendency of closing the gates and holding staff members hostage, and this is a regular occurrence now at the Welkom campus, which we really feel that it needs urgent. Good day. Sorry.
Sincerest apologies. You may switch your camera off because we are noting that you do have bandwidth challenges, but I think members have sufficiently seen you so as to not, when we bump into you one day on the campus of CUT, we'll definitely know who Dr. Williams is. So thank you very much. You may switch your camera off. If we may now kindly request that you turn your presentation into so that it can be seen just with the slides. So if you go to the tab at the top under display settings.
Under display settings, okay.
So you have show taskbar, you have display settings, then you have end slideshow. So we need you to press the arrow or click on the arrow under display settings.
Just a moment, ma'am. I'm just trying to quickly get to where you say it's show taskbar, and then
you have display settings. There's an arrow there. Right at the top. Yeah, so next to show taskbar.
Let me just remove, move this thing back away.
And then Honorable Itzia, what do we do here again? I think you swap. Hold on 1 second. Honorable Itzia is our designated honorable member who deals with, there we go. Perfect.
I was coming in. You got it.
Is it now in order?
We can now see the presentation clearly, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you also for learning something here. The first issue is the safety of our employees or our workers, and there's now a new tendency that is happening that is becoming a regular occurrence at the Welkom. The gates are now being closed, and staff members have now been held hostage inside, and it really creates some of our members, and we really want that to be addressed. And then there's the issue of changing of academic year program without taking into consideration the pressure on staff and the inconvenience it caused to staff members, including cancelling of holidays, cancelling of leave, and so on. And then there's another issue also that they've mentioned is that the indecisive action by the management of this institution to act against those that causes chaos resulting in making teaching and learning made at times impossible. There's also an issue of lack of action on matters reported to whistleblower line. We do have a whistleblower line at CUT, but there's not really action that is taking place, or the action that is taking place takes forever, and there's no real feedback that is given to those people who report these matters on the whistleblower. And the next issue is the lack of transparency with regard to job evaluation and job gradings. The impression is that only certain people's posts are graded and evaluated to allow them to get improved remuneration packages. And the union really wants an order to be done with regard to job gradings and job evaluations, because the idea or what is currently happening, it looks like certain divisions are making it a priority, whilst other units are not looked at with regard to grading and evaluating certain positions. There's also a serious concern with slow process of appointing senior personnel and avoiding the many acting incumbents currently in place, and in particular the Registrar's Division. Members also brought under our attention that there's a backlog of infrastructure development, for instance, buildings and residences at CUT, and that causes endless problems of student accommodation, slow growth and development of the two campuses. And we are not sure whether the DED funding for infrastructure development is fully utilized, and what are the consequences of it not being utilized in a particular financial year. And then CUT is on a continuous downwards trajectory when it comes to the ranking of universities in South Africa. And I stand to be corrected, but we are currently occupying either last or second last position. And it is a real concern for our members, because they feel that this will tarnish their academic and research reputation. Members have a serious concern about financial sustainability of this institution and request intervention to avoid being put under administration later, which will threaten our members' livelihood and futures. The institution almost reneged on the multi-year wage agreement and mentioned some serious financial constraints as the reason behind that. And we actually, as a union, had to put our foot down and not honor the invite to come back to the negotiation tables, so that we can the agreements could have been altered or changed. So ultimately, I think sanity prevailed, and we got at some communication that the wage agreement will now be implemented as approved, and that other issues would be dealt with at a later stage. There is a real need to speed up the process of appointing a vice-chancellor, the captain of the ship, to steer the ship back on track, because we really feel that listening also to the time frame that has been shared to us with regard to when a VC will be appointed, it looks like we're talking about sometime only in the second semester, which we feel it is really a concern, because we really have a problem with currently what's happening, and we feel that appointing a vice chancellor will maybe get ourselves back on track. And then also, it's not all doom and gloom. We also felt that the COVID-19 pandemic was handled reasonably well by our management, because at least it allowed our CUT community to work remotely. And even though there were some challenges with regard to data and so on, but at least that was considered, and there was less contact on campus for students and staff members to then pass on or maybe attract this COVID-19. Then a very serious issue is allowance policy, which we feel is really poorly managed and implemented by CUT. And that is leading to an exodus of very good scarce skilled academics. This policy needs to be reviewed so that we can stop developing good academics for other institutions. And that's about some of the issues that we received from our members that we wanted to share with you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
much, colleagues from Nateo. Colleagues, thank you very much to all of you from the council of the institution, to management, to students, workers. I would like to, through permission, of course, of members of the portfolio committee, I think there was oversight on our side. The alumni of CUT had on multiple occasions written to the portfolio committee regarding their concerns on a number of matters at the institution. And I think, though we don't usually take alumni when we do engage with institutions, I think if there is a stakeholder in the institution that is concerned regarding a number of matters, and considering that the alumni are in themselves a particular stakeholder in the institution, I would allow, through the permission of honorable members, for colleagues who are on the platform from the alumni to maybe spend 5 minutes to share what may not have been covered in the various presentations we've received. However, following on the meeting, we would appreciate it if colleagues from the CUT alumni could write to us with matters that they believe would not have thoroughly been engaged on in this particular meeting. So if I could note, if the colleagues from the alumni, if there's anyone who is available to present. I see the Whip Mahlatsi has raised her hand. Honorable Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, I was simply going to support the proposal that they be given an opportunity to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. I would then assume that there aren't members who disagree with this. We want to apologize to yourselves solely on the basis of that colleagues had written to us on a number of occasions. I see Honorable Litsi is also in support. But usually we don't, request that the alumni present in the committee meeting, and maybe through various engagements at a managerial level as the committee, and together with other members of the committee, we can revisit the way in which we invite stakeholders to come and present. But for now, if the colleagues from the alumni are still on the platform, please do feel free to use the next 5 minutes to express any matter that may not have been covered.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mbusalo Franz. I'm presumably the president of Alumni Association, Central University of Technology. Chair, the matter is simple, Chair. All the communication that we've sent to the parliamentary committee, the standard core, the status quo still remains the same. Nothing has changed. We continue seeing that there's no proper relationship between the Alumni Association with the institution. Now it has extended to the council, for that matter. Hence, we'll hear the chairperson of council saying that the Alumni Association is not yet as recognized in the institution on his own words. But Chair, I just want to say in short words, Chair, the status quo still remains the same as all the communication that we have sent, but we'll continue to send an appeal to the parliamentary committee regarding the issues that we have raised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franz. And again, sincerest apologies on the particular oversight on our side. I mean, I think us necessitating this particular meeting to sit is as a consequence of the consistency of lifting issues by the alumni. So we really apologize for that. And definitely we have received the communication, and so that is why we are even sitting as we are sitting this morning. I'd then like to hand over to DG Sishi. DG, I hope you are available. We were also very kind, DG, in the morning, because we must say, when a student is always absent from class, even in the one time where you need to be lenient on them, it becomes very difficult for you to be lenient. But because DG has been a diligent student of this portfolio committee and attends every committee when he's supposed to attend, we thought we'd be very understanding in the morning, considering load shedding and other challenges that colleagues may be having. So I'll hand over to you, DG.
Thank you very much for your consideration. I take this opportunity, Chair, to send our warm greetings to you as the chairperson of our committee, the whip of the committee, and all honorable members of our committee, and thank you for this opportunity. I come with the team from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and we have listened very carefully at the detailed presentations made by council as well as all stakeholders in the institution. And we thank the chair of council and all members representing various constituencies in the university with their preparations and thorough presentations. This is really helpful. We have prepared a presentation which I would have changed if I had the benefit of the some of the issues that have been raised right now. But we've got a branch, the university branch of our department, that is engaged continuously with the institution. And I would like them to lead us in the presentation. And then at the end, I will come and make my comments. Because despite the presentations, there are also specific proposals that have been made that I think that are important for us to look at carefully. With your permission, Chair, therefore I'll ask Dr. Lewin to present the department's take on the matter.
Thank you so much, DG. Good morning. Well, yeah, good morning. It is still morning. To the chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mkachwa, to the Honorable Portfolio Committee members, it's good to see you again. And thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this discussion, and agree with DG that it's been a very interesting and we've been listening very carefully to the presentations from the institution. Good morning also to my colleagues on the platform and also to our colleagues at the Central University of Technology. Thanks a lot. We don't often get to receive such a comprehensive presentation of all our institutions. So that has been quite useful. What we're going to focus on specifically relates to some of the matters, Chair, that have been raised through the university's presentation and through some of the stakeholder presentations. And they specifically relate to concerns that have been raised with the department, in particular in the period from the end of 2020 towards the beginning of and the middle of 2021. But of course, these are issues that we monitor on an ongoing basis, and we're focusing very much on governance and management issues. Just to say that, Chair, we as a department, we work very closely with all our 26 universities, and we have multiple ways in which we engage with the institutions, both in terms of the funding that is provided to institutions from the National Department of Higher Education and Training. This is funding that is appropriated through Parliament, through National Treasury, the budget process, to institutions, that it includes block grant funding, which is a discretionary funding that goes to institutions in order to cover the primary operations of the institution, as well as earmarked funds. Those funds include funding in a number of areas, including infrastructure development and many other areas. So we work across all areas of work with the institutions, whether it's the academic support and teaching and learning, whether it's in supporting student funding, engagement with NSFAS and the institution, whether it's analyzing the financial stability of our institutions, the governance aspects of it. However, I'm just going to focus on some of the high-level engagement at this point. Just in terms of the presentation, then we just, as I've said, a very high-level look at the state of affairs and some of our assessment of what's been done to restore stability at the institution in the past while. And I'm going back here to November 2020. And I know some of the presentations even predate some of the aspects of this engagement that happened before that. But essentially, following what we saw as a long period of apparent stability in the institution, the department learned of the precautionary suspension of the then VC, Prof. Diaga, as well as the DVC resources and operations, Dr. Paul, who is at the institution currently, as well as the subsequent resignation of the then council chairperson and deputy chairperson at the end of 2020, early 2021. And as other presenters today have also referred to a number of resignations from the University Council at this time. The main allegation that we have discovered was really around the VC and the VC's alleged failure to act on a complaint of sexual harassment, which had been lodged by the acting CEO of the CUT Innovation Services. This is a company that is owned by the university, which is a lot of universities have these companies which assist the university with alternative sources of funding and innovation and technology transfer and such activities. And this allegation of sexual harassment had been launched against the DVC, and who was also suspended at the time. There were allegations at the time also of non-adherence to institutional procedures and affecting these suspensions. I must indicate that the department received and the minister received multiple correspondences from stakeholders at the university, from council members, from external parties. We also monitor quite closely the media that comes out at this time. But given the difficulty also in 2020 and the effects of the COVID lockdown, you remember that in March 2020, the institutions all had to shut down. And we were very concerned about the effects of some of this governance instability and management instability on the institution, particularly given the demands of the COVID-19 lockdown and how this affected institutions. And of course, and also, of course, on the beginning of the 2021 academic year. So a range of factors of concern to us. The interim chair at the time, this is following the resignation of the chair and deputy chair, maintained in correspondence with the department that there was no governance crisis and that the council was continuing to act in the best interest of the university. This was following engagement with the council and, of course, quite a number of correspondences between the council and the minister. Some of the information that we had received alleged that perhaps some of the suspension decisions had been taken haphazardly and perhaps a thorough consideration of the kind of reputational damage that could be inflicted upon the institution and the individuals concerned may also have been certainly was worrying us as the department and the minister. And as I've said, the minister received numerous correspondence regarding the suspension. And of course, this carried on until the end of the suspension period, which did go on for some time. After learning of the resignation of the former chair and the deputy, as well as the suspension of the VC and DPC, the minister wrote to council in December 2020. Now, you'll know from the Higher Education Act that the council is the highest decision-making body of the university, and therefore, when the department or the ministry engages with the university, it is done at council level. The Higher Education Act is also very clear in terms of when and how and under what circumstances the minister is able to intervene in an institution. it very importantly, it requires the minister to understand in some depth what might be happening at an institution and to explore very widely a range of allegations that he may have received. The council did respond extensively to the minister's questions at this time, and they did so within a very short period of time, which had been requested at the time. And the response was analysed in light of the questions. The minister and the department felt that there were still a number of questions and issues at the time. But given the prevailing circumstances, the pressures of COVID, and various other issues, it was decided, including the fact that a number of investigations were underway at the time, and particularly in relation to the suspensions, it was felt that further action would not be taken. And I'm talking about a period at the beginning of last year in 2021. The department and the ministry decided that we would continue to monitor the institution and keep an eye on things. Of course, the minister did consider various intervention strategies that can be taken in terms of the Act. And maybe just, I know that honourable members know this fairly well. Certainly the institution would know these issues. Just for maybe the benefit of others who might be listening on the platform, the Higher Education Act, as I've said, is very clear about when and how and under what circumstances the minister can intervene. The minister has to be very carefully consider a number of factors before intervening in an institution, has to engage very closely with the council. The minister can issue directives to university councils on specific issues that may be of concern. The minister can also appoint an independent assessor. You'll see from the NEHAWU presentation that this is something that NEHAWU is currently proposing. An independent assessment has recently been conducted at Mangosuthu University of Technology. Before that was conducted at VUT and Fort Hare, but certainly an independent assessment is one methodology that can be used to try and get to the bottom of issues. That certainly isn't something that has been considered, that is being enacted at the moment, but certainly just to give you a sense, of course, Minister is also able to appoint administrators, but generally this is not done without information being obtained from independent investigations. And I'm only mentioning those things just so that there's an understanding of what it is that the minister can do in relation to engaging with an institution. What I do want to say is that as the department, we have been very closely monitoring the university, and we certainly have seen certainly a quieter and more stable period in terms of the governance of the institution, with the appointment of new members of council. There's a new chair and deputy chair of council. There was also quite an extensive process at the time of instability that I'm mentioning around the retirement of the former registrar, a process to appoint a new registrar, a process that was then abandoned and reinitiated and did result in the appointment of the new registrar. Certainly, some of the presentations today have raised a number of issues about the office of the registrar. Those are issues that we would have to get further clarity on. We also have been watching, the mutual separation agreement between the former VC, Prof. Diaga, and the council, and certainly has been interesting to get some further information and perspectives on that today. From the institution and from other stakeholders. And certainly there has been more stability since the period. Our assessment was that the period of suspension, we were quite concerned about what might be happening at the institution and the instability, as it were, in the management and governance of the institution. However, it is certainly necessary for us to understand as the department the circumstances that would have led to the challenges experienced by the university, and I will particularly focus on the period that I've mentioned between late 2020 and early to mid 2021. And certainly the minister would be engaging with the council further on any actions to be taken and any further information required from council. And as it is at the moment, Chair and honourable members, we are continuing to monitor the situation as the department. There are issues that we are concerned about. There are issues that we would want to focus on, maybe to indicate that, the university has presented on a huge and wide range of issues. And many of those aspects are issues that we are well acquainted with. We in our normal course of our oversight activity and the reporting that the university does to us, many of those issues are familiar to us. I'm focusing here quite narrowly on governance and management issues and not on the wide aspects of the academic project of the university's finances, etc. But certainly these are all issues, Chair, that we do take into account in terms of our monitoring of the university. So Chair, thanks. That's all from our side, and I'll hand back to you, DG, in terms of the additions that you wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewin. Chair, I think there are a few issues which I wish to present to yourself and the committee. One is that I can see that the level of reporting that the department receives from our institution is not comprehensive enough. We do need to find a better instrument for engaging in detail with, within the law and within the provisions of the law with our institutions, so that it doesn't take long for us to respond on issues, or we respond when already there's a damage that is irreversible. I feel that there is a gap in this regard, and I think that we need to look into this. Secondly, there are certain allegations that are made that I'm hearing for the first time that are very serious, including those that relate to sexual harassment. It cannot be that we as a department would, just look at the matter technically. We have to look at these matters in the context of the broader government, campaign to read in society the scourge of gender-based violence. And it can't be that in our institutions, when there is an opportunity to implement the progressive government policies, we just monitor. I think that aspect of our report, I've noted, and I think that we will engage internally to see how best we can do to make sure that monitoring also means consequence management. It also means interventions that are meaningful under the circumstances. Secondly, Chair, I'm really concerned about allegations of collusion in the administration between student leadership, and the allegations will also say with council, because it helps us when there is independent voices in our institutions speaking on the same issue, provides us with perspectives that are there. When collusion happens, if these allegations are proven to be true, it kind of gives us a sense that there is more that needs to be looked into than what we may have concluded. And this is concerning, and we will further engage with it, as it is the view that I'm holding at this point in time. There are other, issues of lack of consultation with stakeholders that are not aligned to our democratic principles that we hold so dearly as a department. We will encourage that a culture of, consultation and engagement. These are institutions of higher learning. It is expected of them to be the arenas for intellectual engagement. It is very strange when people move away from engaging stakeholders simply because they differ with them philosophically or in terms of their political perspectives. We will encourage the institution to do so, Chair, and we thank you for providing us with a platform that has provided us with even better angle from whence to see what is going on in the institution. Lastly, Chair, we have noted the request for the intervention by the Minister. I think I would agree with Dr. Lewin in her reference to how the Act empowers the Minister to intervene. But also I would take into account the fact that there is a level of understanding that the Minister has about the matters that are raised here, which if the Minister had to receive all of these reports, perhaps there would be a different approach in this regard. Therefore, in conclusion, Chair, I feel that this meeting that you've invited us to present ourselves as further than just to account on what we do, also has empowered us to the extent that I feel there is a need for an urgent conversation within the department, specifically dealing with these issues that will lead to us interrogating our own methodology of engaging the situation, but also of dealing with urgent matters that range from the state of the infrastructure at the university, the state of academic programs in the institution. I wish to take this opportunity to thank particularly our unions for the angle they've brought in the conversation that really brings a balanced view of what one would say we understand of what is happening. We thank you, Chair, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, DG and Dr. Lewin, for your presentations. I'd like to now open up for members to engage. If I can note hands of members who seek to engage. Whilst I wait for members to raise their hands, DG, I think for myself, perhaps I really look forward to what interventions the Minister can bring forth as members raise their hands, what interventions Minister can bring forth together with yourselves, because I really think that there is a need for greater intervention here. But I also I'm worried, like you have said, DG, at the monitoring of institutions by the department. And I think we need to, of course, we note that, the stability that we had wanted to see in the department was not necessarily there in the last couple of months. But I think, DG, we must implore on yourselves to better the monitoring of institutions and the oversight role that you and your department play on institutions of higher learning. I then also just perhaps would want to understand, if we go into a mutual separation agreement, in terms of consequence management, where does that leave us? One would like to understand that through a disciplinary hearing, what you're trying to get to is, what has gotten us. Sorry, I think from council there was just some sound coming in. What has gotten us to the point where we're at, right? And so we need to remedy what has gone wrong, but we also need to ensure that we put in systems that can ensure that we don't see the same challenges arise in the institution. So I think consequence management is very important. So DG, in a case where, and this is also posed to council and management, in a case where there's a mutual separation agreement, where does that place us in terms of ensuring consequence management? I think I'd leave it at that for now, because I'd like for members to engage, and then I'll come back later with my questions. I was just trying to give members some time to raise their hands. I don't know what the hand from council would be. So if council could kindly, the council chambers account, if it could kindly write to us on the platform what the hand is for, like to then note.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. SSRC President Grouponly Campus.
President, thank you very much. Now is time for members to engage.
Yeah, I have a question directed to the office of the minister.
Okay, President.
Yeah.
President.
Because
this is the time for President. Can you mute yourself, please? This is now an opportunity for members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, to engage on all the presentations that we've received from council, from management, from the SRC, from workers, and from the IF. At this point, the only people who are allowed to engage are members of the Portfolio Committee. All other stakeholders who had presented to us will then be given an opportunity to respond after members have engaged. So I'd like to kindly request, President, that you wait till the end to make your responses, because you are a stakeholder that presented to the committee. We as a committee are holding yourselves accountable. So can you please wait until the end? And also we'd like to indicate, colleagues, that this is not an opportunity for stakeholders to cross-reference, engage each other. This is a platform where you account to the Portfolio Committee, you raise your challenges as stakeholders with the Portfolio Committee. We will ask the questions to yourselves, and you will then respond. So I would then like to note the hand of Honorable Mananiso, Honorable King, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Makesi, and then I'll come in later. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming all the presentations. And one must say that on other issues, in terms of mitigation processes, I've been covered by DG and Tandiluwin, and I hope that they would actually fast track all the plans that has to do with responding to issues raised in this particular institution. Chairperson, I think on the issue of consequence management, I'm covered by yourself. I mean, with the reports that we have just found today, it really shows that there's inconsistency in terms of how the institution is being managed by leadership and actually by stakeholders at large. So I think on the issues of consequence management, I'm covered by you. However, I think as this portfolio committee, we have always emphasized the issue of stakeholders' relations in these institutions so that we don't create unnecessarily tensions and as well instability in our institutions. So it is important that as they work together as colleagues, they need to find each other. I have listened to them as they were presenting the council, the how, and everybody who have spoken, and the SRC itself. The issue of lack of communication, it's coming now and again, and it's very worrying to say what could be the problem specifically in terms of this lack of communication. So I think one must just emphasize that they need to pull up their socks and ensure that they communicate effectively as an institution so that they create many things that are happening. The other issue, Chairperson, it's with regards to issues of maintenance as alluded by the SRC. I just want perhaps they should write to us as members in terms of giving us specifics to say what are those issues of maintenance? Is it leaking taps, broken windows, or what? Because at times when we go to these institutions for oversight, we find that most of the time these are things that are being damaged by the beneficiaries of our student actions. So I just want them to forward to us specifics in terms of those issues that they have identified as challenges of maintenance. Other issue, Chairperson, it's with regards to the language policy of the institution. I want to check if they do have the language policy. Issues of vacant positions. Does the council has a plan in terms of ensuring that they actually occupy these particular vacant positions, and when will they actually occupy them? And the other issue is about the current status in terms of, I think it's on the issue of vacant position. What is it that they have as a plan? If they have, they can forward it to us. And the other issue is regarding the 3 ministerial appointees that are currently serving on the council. What is the gender representativity of those particular members? And can the council chairperson share with the committee the current racial and gender composition of the council? Because I believe as the portfolio committee, one of the issues that we have taken care of as one of our focus is the issue of transformation agenda. So that is why I'm asking this question. I just want to check the gender composition. And does the council have a code of conduct? Because we heard from Nehawu that actually there's too much culture of fear in the institution. So I just want to check if they do have a code of conduct in the institution, and if not, why? And the other issue that I want to ask for Nehawu, with regards to the allegations that they have just mentioned of people being threatened in the institution, have they opened some cases, and how far are the cases if they are there? The other issue, Chairperson, is with regards to issues of people with disability. Is there any inclusion in terms of their composition of management for people with disability? And the other issue, Chairperson, is with regards to a vaccination program. I would like to know, because on their website, it indicates that the institution is embarking on a voluntary vaccination program. So I want to know, what does the program entails? What is the response from the student with regards to that particular process of vaccination? Was there a consultation process with the relevant stakeholders regarding the program? How is the program funded? And lastly, what are the implications for students and staff who choose not to be vaccinated? Chairperson, as I conclude, I think we have always repeated that consistent, effective communication, it actually brings stability in our institution, because we can be hearing that people, they don't get information, they see things late, and what I mean, it cannot be allowed in a public institution, and more especially where we know that the beneficiaries are the most ones who are very actually suffering in everything that we do, be it maladministration or irregular expenditure. So I just want to emphasize the issue of discipline in this particular institution. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Manani. So Honourable King.
Good morning to everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I just have a few questions because most of my stuff were also raised. First comment that I just want to make is it's clear that there is definitely a challenge when it comes to consultation and communication between the council and the various stakeholders. And I think the issue that was raised by the institutional committee was basically to say that there needs to be a review of the operational model of council. And I think that review would be most helpful if the council can actually revise the operational model on how engagement will transpire. And probably once that is done, give it to the...
excuse me, Chair, there's people speaking as Honorable Chantel is speaking, please.
Yes, ma'am, trying to find that mic. Colleagues who are assisting, Mr. Potoman, Tankolo, Anele, Shanaz, colleagues, please. Can we please be quicker in muting mics that go on while colleagues are speaking? Apologies, Honourable King.
Thank you, Chairperson. So basically, I would like to see that review actually taking place, and also a review of the sexual harassment policy, HR policy, and code of conduct policy is desperately needed in order to ensure stability in the institution and to avoid any confusion between the various stakeholders. So I would like us to have that report or the updates on these policies. Also, Chairperson, what I've noticed is the institution is mostly, as they stated, NEFSA students. So I just wanted to find out how is the institution assisting the missing middle students to also have access to the institution financial stream income going forward. Then also how many students, percentage of students have historical debt. I couldn't see that in the slide, maybe it went fast, but I just would like to know the percentage of students with historical debt. How is higher health assisting students with the psychological and emotional turmoil? Because I saw that was raised in the presentation, but no mention was made how higher health is assisting the institution in this regard, especially now considering COVID. The SRC mentioned that there were challenges with the ITS system to the Fundi system. If we can just be given a highlight or an idea of the challenges that might pose for students in the long run. NEFSA. Given that you are being funded mostly through NEFSA with the students that are from the lower end, I just wanted to find out if the funding list was made available to your institution from NEFSA. And if not, did NEFSA give an indication when that will be made available? And if the institution were furthered by DHET on the latest funding guidelines for NEFSA application. The secondary chairperson, if they can give us an understanding or at least a report from their institution how the COVID-19 expenditure were made, who was the suppliers, how much was paid out, and itemized billing system that was used in order to buy the procurements for COVID-19. And that's basically Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable Sibia.
And thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for all presentations. I think some of the issues are covered by previous speakers, but we Labour how has said there is a resignation of previous council members. What was the cause of resignation of those council members? The other one is it true that the tenders are awarded to the same companies? Please, again, the management. The other one, COVID-19, is it true that poor quality products were sourced? Elaborate, please. I welcome plus closing the gates and holding staff hostage. Again, what is going on there? Thanks, Chairperson.
Siyabonga, Ma'am Sibia. Honorable Itiye.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good day to yourself, honorable members, the department, the TSC and the team. Good day to the student representative at CUT, to council members, to management of the institution, and to the unions and everybody else on the platform and watching from home. Chair, some of my questions have been covered myself, but I think before maybe I go to them, I must acknowledge the presentations that have been made this morning to ourselves. I greatly appreciate the overview of the DG, especially on his concern about the manner in which the university would have reported on the issue of gender-based violence and sexual harassment issues that would have been raised in this meeting, their reports and by other stakeholders. I think, Chair, we must emphasize the point that gender-based violence is not a small thing. It's a It's what we call a pandemic in this country. And as universities are microcosm of our societies, we can't deal with gender-based violence in a by-the-way manner. As I believe the university would have responded to that particular issue as it pertains to the former CEO or CFO or acting CEO or CFO of the institution. I think we must implore upon the university to really take this matter serious. The issue of our women, mothers, and women in general, including children, can't be, responded to in a by-the-way manner, which I believe that the university was doing. And then going to the issue of the dropout rates, maybe let me start there. I looked, Chair, of the report or the slides that speaks to the dropout and throughput rates of students there, where we have the presenter was doing the presentation. I think it was the register, if I'm not mistaken. Said, I think in 2020, they had about 6.7% of first-time entering students who have dropped out. What is the cause for this? Of this 6.7%, yes, it may be a decrease from 9.7 from the previous year, but 6.7 is what 265 learners who would have entered the university that year, 265 who dropped out. What was the cause? Did the university do a thorough check on why did they have such a number of students dropping out? And to the department on the same breath, what would have been a dropout rate in the system in 2020? If 265 or 6.7% dropped out at CUT, what would have been the other dropout? And what is the reason of such a dropout? Is it because others would have registered at CUT at the beginning of the year and then they moved to other institutions? Have we done a thorough check on what causes such a thing? And then on the pass rate, there are slides. It does not have pages here, Chair, but there's a slide that speaks to this thing, and then they are saying to us that even though this number is not of 2021 has not necessarily been completed because of the assessment that they spoke about, there's those who will be graduating or who graduated in 2021 were 821, which, if that is the case, might have been a drop from 4,622 who graduated in the previous year of 2020. And according to them, they had they decreased from 81.19 in 2020 to 74.65%. What were the challenges? And 2020 was the year of COVID, Chair. And in 2019, they had 75.15%. And in 2020, they went to 81.19%, which was an increase of about 6.04%. According to them, what would have noting that in 2020 we went into hybrid learning, and at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, it would have been strictly online. What do they think would have contributed to the such a positive graduation or a positive pass rate in their system, and subsequently in 2021 what would have contributed? Having noted that in 2021 also it would have been a hybrid arrangement of learning and teaching. What would have contributed to the decrease? And then obviously on the vaccination, I was covered by Honorable Mananiso. Have they replaced the council members who had resigned? And what would have been the impact of the oversight function of council when there was that huge exodus of council members who resigned, including the chair, the deputy chair of that council? What will have been an impact on oversight of council because of that? And yes, they replaced those people. Currently, those who are serving in council, or maybe before, those who had resigned in council, what was the gender representation of those people? Were they males, females? How many males? How many females? And what is the current status of council in terms of the gender representation in that council? And obviously, I think Honorable Mananiso did ask also this question on the current racial representation. And are you of the view that you have clear policies and disciplinary manuals and procedures that deals with the processes of disciplinary actions against the Vice Chancellor in the event that the Vice Chancellor has been or has transgressed the policies of the institution? Please take us through that part. If you have, please explain them to us. I'm asking this, Chair, as you know, that we asked this question when we're doing an inquiry on Limpopo. What is that? Univet. We asked this thing, and then we found that there was no clear policy on the disciplinary processes of the Vice Chancellor by that institution. So we're asking the same question here. Is Council of the view that they've got a clear policy and procedures on the disciplinary processes against the Vice Chancellor? Your statutes, paragraph 58 of the CUT institutional statutes provides the following: that every employee is subject to a disciplinary code, a disciplinary procedure, and grievance procedure for employees as provided by Council. Is this provision applicable to the Vice Chancellor and DVC or DVCs? Is the Council of the view that those provisions are adequate, especially for the VC and the DVCs? And who's responsible for the discipline of the VC and DVCs? And yes, I think it was how the doctor was presenting, said it's as if CUT is Hollywood. People are acting there almost everywhere. Please take us through who's acting, Council and management, who's acting there in Council exactly, and what is the process? I know you have clarified the issue of the recruitment of the VC, but everything else, what is the process or where is the process of filling those positions. I mean, I can't stress enough, Chair, and I think both colleagues from NEHAW, both doctors from the unions indicated ditlamoragos are having people who are acting. They are not certain of their positions, generally based on the issue of them giving their all in those positions, because if you are acting, there's no guarantee that you'll be there tomorrow. And therefore, it based on the performance output of those individuals. So what is the process of filling those positions who are acting? And this one you must answer after you have indicated how many in top, middle, and bottom management are in acting positions from VC, GVCs, senior management, middle management, and obviously entry-level management. And maybe as well, Chair, at bottom management, who's acting there? They must just give us a proper breakdown of those things. And then the allegations that the former VC turned a blind eye to claims of sexual harassment against one of the DVCs. This was reported in the media. We view this, well, at least Chair myself, I view this as a serious allegation. Obviously, given what I spoke about earlier, that gender-based violence and femicide in this country is a pandemic. Has the University Council investigated this allegation, and how far are they with that investigation, if they have investigated? What were the findings of those investigations and recommendations thereof of those investigations? And can the university please furnish us with that investigative report? And did the university offer any kind of support to the complainant of the sexual harassment in terms of the university policies? If so, what kind of support did they offer to this particular complainant and any other complainant who had raised any issue of sexual harassment? And if not, why have they not done so? And I think NEHAW as well raised an issue. I've got just two more points, Chair. NEHAW had raised an issue of excessive use of legal services, external use of legal services. Can this one, if they don't have it now, please can they respond to us within 7 days in writing? They must give us a table, a table that covers the following: how much was used by the university in the past 2 financial years on external legal services, which companies were contracted to provide these legal services, what were the cases, against whom were the cases against. So they must give us a detailed report, Chair, on these things. How much was paid, who was appointed, what was the process in appointing them, and this must be, and who was, for lack of a better word, who was targeted, who was on the receiving end of this appointment for the past 2 years, Chair. And then there's also allegations of perception and promotion. This one was raised by the 2 unions, that clearly there's a promotion is done on favoritism. There's no clear policy on what qualifies you to be eligible for promotion and all of that. Can the university respond on that and obviously give us evidence to that effect? Again, Mamsbia raised this thing, and Chair, I want to raise again the allegation of evergreen contracts to certain companies, certain others there's no BEE requirements and all of those things. Allegations of COVID-19 related expenditure, where the quality of some of those was questioned by NEHAU, where they even claimed that some of the sanitizers was 0%, had 0% alcohol content. Can the university respond on that, on those things? And the department, of course, the unions raised the quality of infrastructure there. Can the department, well, the university must respond on that. Have they been spending on the infrastructure grant? How much have they spent themselves? This one also the department must assist us. How much was spent on infrastructure grant by CUT in the past? We can just say past 2 financial years as well. And what were the challenges, CUT, in some of the contracts that would have been entered with service providers on this one, and they did not. What were the challenges there? Did those contractors complete this infrastructure project on time? What were the challenges? And have we not spent more on a certain project than we had budgeted for? And have we finalized these things on time? The students raises issues on appointment of service providers of student accommodation. Can the university really respond to this thing? What is the quality of the student? And I wanted the student to respond to this. What is the quality of the student residences that the students are talking about? Both the university-owned student residences and the leased student residences. Is the quality good there? What is the currently? What is the Vision 2030 suggests, Chair, or directors that by 2030 we want 50% of university students to be staying at residences. What is the current status there? How many percentage of students who are registered at the university are currently living in student residences owned by the university and owned by the leased student? And what is the process of accrediting student residences? And maybe they must also tell us what is how far are they with the process that the student raised on renaming some of the apartheid legends, student residences that are named after apartheid legends at CUT. And what is the process? How far are they with that process as far as that is concerned? And I think, Chair, I want to end here by thanking all stakeholders for coming here and being honest, especially the labor unions and the student, on the challenges that are affecting that institution. We have had so much. In last year, in fact, the student union, SAUS, came here and told us that there's a problem at that institution. They raised a whole lot of issues with that institution, and I'm happy that today we are hearing from those colleagues of ours, that the student leaders and the workers at that institution, because it then confirms what SAUS would have came and raised with us, the many challenges that are faced by students and workers there in that institution. So I'm happy we are attending to them. And I hope this will not be the first and the last time we hear from them. And I want to suggest that some of the issues, Chair, they must come and brief the committee, especially on the appointment of the Vice Chancellor. I see that next week the advert is closing for the appointment of the Vice Chancellor. Maybe in 3 months' time, we must call them again so that they brief us how far they with all processes of appointing the VC, the DVCs, management, and everybody who's acting, who's in Hollywood, who are acting on generations. What is the process of us closing out that part? And I think we must have a discussion, Chair, with NSFAS on the closeout project, because some of the students there, I know some would have directly contacted me on social media that they are unable to register because they've been told that there's no decision. They were funded, but NSFAS has not paid, and therefore they can't register for this year. So we must have, it would have been nice if NSFAS was here so that we get a sense from the institution and NSFAS on how far they with the closeout project of 2021, so that we don't create problems for students registering. And lastly, student leaders, if you are to protest, please, Ralekopa, do not, despite your frustrations that you may have, do not enter into processes of touching university property. If you do that, I want to tell you this portfolio committee will be the first ones to call you out and ask the security cluster, the police and NPA to prosecute anybody who destroys university property. In whatever you do, you must never enter into, you must not even think about it. You must not even dream about touching university property or destroying university property. Thank you very much, Chair, and I apologize again for taking note.
Thank you, Honorable Lidzier. Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to switch on my video. I think I'm having a problem in Acacia Park. As you know, Acacia Park is a problem of connectivity. Chair, I'm actually very disturbed about, this institution, because I don't know if it is because the institution in my province, and I've been privy to go and see the university at the same time to go and visit the residents in Bloemfontein, where the students are staying. And I have been very much disappointed. And today to actually have this meeting whereby every facet of this university, it looks like is in disarray. You're talking about governance, there are issues there, management, there are issues there, ethics, there are issues there. We have issues of gender-based violence as well, so it is very concerning to me. And also, Chair, I just want to, to find out, because it actually occurs very, very frequently that, either the minister decides not to come to meetings, so is the deputy minister, specifically when we have to discuss these kind of sensitive issues. They will always send an apology and not be available. So I want to find out from you, Chair, are they immune from these institutions? They basically, they are exempted from responding to this kind of institutional matters. So I think we need to have clarity on that, because as far as I know, the reason why there's a deputy minister, the deputy minister is supposed to cover for the minister when the minister is not there. And I would have really liked, in this instance, to have either the minister or the deputy minister coming in. And also, when the minister also comes in, when he responds and tells us, he's leaving, he's got other things that he needs to do, as if this is not his job, his day-to-day job. It is supposedly to be about institutions. And especially if an institution is in such disarray, that you'll expect the ministers or deputy ministers to be around. So I don't know if we have to look at the days that the minister is available, the deputy minister, because we are on Zoom. And really, this can actually be flexible to accommodate the minister, because we cannot be having these discussions without them. Anyway, this is something that I thought that I should actually start with. When it comes to, as I said, there are kind of a couple of issues that needs to be, raised. I mean, when you talk about the management itself, we're talking about the institution that that's got a faculty of management sciences. But then there are problems that are reoccurring. For instance, I'll give you an example. In 2005, a member of my own family wrote an examination at this institution, and one of his papers got lost. And it looks like that was in 2005. And now we're sitting in 2022, and students are talking about the same thing, that, their papers get lost. There's problems, accuracy of marks, and which is moderation of marks. There's accusation of plagiarism, whereby students are basically accused of plagiarism and without outcomes. So you basically don't know if you have an institution that it's actually failing from its own goal, which is the goal of the institution, the strategical goal of the institution, and you feel like it has been eroded. Because if you cannot do the basics, like making sure that the students receive their marks whenever it's in their examination, that there's accurate moderation of their marks, and the issues of plagiarism. I mean, to have things like that coming into this meeting and becoming issues, then you really wonder what is actually happening in this institution. It looks like, as I said, basically the strategy behind, every institution has problems, that I understand. But if you have the basics being really not in place, then you wonder what is happening. What is the council doing? You have council members that are sitting within council that are supposed to be making sure that these issues are dealt with, but as you can see, they are not dealt with. This is an ongoing thing. And in the presentation, we're told that the problems have been emanating since 2010. We are now in 2022. That is 12 years later. So sitting here doesn't actually mean that we are going to find a remedy. Especially because the minister is not here. So there won't be any remedy. We're just going to be discussing this. And then, basically, this institution is going to just continue. And I don't believe that putting an institution under administration is the right way of dealing with issues. It's basically, making sure there's consequence management. That's what you said, Chair. There has to be consequence management. If there's an issue of marks, it must be dealt with. If there's an issue of governance, it must be dealt with. If management, whatever, you name it, it must be dealt with as it comes on. It cannot be allowed to simmer over years, and then where the minister comes and goes like, okay, now we have to put this institution and administration. That is not the solution. That cannot be. So that means we have to put all our universities under administration, because problems will emanate. They will emanate eventually, but if they're not dealt with as they come along, then you're going to have a crisis situation. I mean, I saw one of the NEHAU when NEHAU started to present, and they just said the governance is in crisis. The governance of this institution is in crisis, and that speaks primarily to the council itself, to say the council is nowhere to be seen. They are not doing their part. And the council member that spoke before, it spoke about ethics. How do you speak about ethics when you have issues of gender-based violence that you're not dealing with? Do you actually have a policy on that? Are you implementing that policy? So what is it that the council is doing? So I might not have specific questions, Chair, but I'm just very much disappointed, and I just feel like there's more that needs to be done, because we are letting down our students who are coming to university. You cannot come to university and then you're not getting your results. I mean, that is totally unacceptable, and also the other issue that was also brought about is the issue of accommodation. I've been to the residences of CUT. They're actually in a bad state, Chair. And I think we need to go to that institution and go and see for ourselves what is going on there, specifically on the issue of residences of students. Those some of the places you cannot even imagine that students are expected to stay in those places. They are really in a bad state. So I think really for me, I just want to say, more needs to be done, and it cannot be that, we are having a talk shop and there are no remedies that are put in place. I know it sounds like, as much as, it says there are some, interventions that are coming in, but I really don't believe that they're going to be effected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just have to pull over. I'm driving at the moment. I want to link to what Honourable Makesi said. In my age group, many of the leading people in our community used to study at the Technikon Free State, which is now the Central University of Technology. And being it should have been, it has been presented as an upgrade from Technikons to Universities of Technology. But if you ask those same alumni of the CUT, if we put it that way, whether they will consider sending their own children there, they don't. They either send them to the University of the Free State or to other institutions of learning further afield. And I think that's that's a most important testimony to an institution, whether the alumni of that institution are interested in sending their children back there. But it's like Honourable Marchesi said, that's not really a question. It's just a kind of an indication of the status of the institution. What I really want to ask is about the names of the residences. Now, of course, I think it's more important what the quality of the residences are than what their names are. But names are important. It's definitely so. It's part of a liberation struggle to give, to honor the heroes of a liberation struggle in the names of different things, like residences, for instance. Now, the president of the SRC referred to it as the names of Boer generals, and Honorable Letsie spoke of apartheid legends. Now, those two don't seem to me to be exactly the same. It might not be the most important question of the day because most other, or all the other concerns I had were covered by colleagues, but I would just like to know what are the actual names to be changed, just in order to know. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. And honourable members for your questions and your observations, your questions, as well as your recommendations. I think perhaps I should start by saying that one of the greatest sentiments of this committee is that we need to be able to get our institutions, both under the university program, as well as the TVET program and the CET program, the CETAs as well, in good shape in terms of management and governance in order for the core mandate or business of these particular programs to find fruition and to deliver on the need for our citizens to have the required skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy in order for us to change the lived realities of South Africans in this country. And so I would like colleagues to understand the existence and remind themselves. I'm assuming that when one signs the contract to serve the institution, and I say that deliberately, to serve the institution, not to be employed by the institution, but to serve. Because I think if we are unable to appreciate the fact that the space we find ourselves in requires us to serve, then we're going to have we have a huge challenge. Because here, we are literally trying to change, we are literally trying to give people a tool that they can use to change and sustain their lives. So that is the deliberacy of which I start my remarks. And so, colleagues, if we are unable to have solid management and governance at this institution, we won't reach, the core mandate of this institution, which Nahau, I think, greatly has stressed in its presentation. And I mean, when you look at the end of the presentation by the department, there are great initiatives that could come about from the institution. This is where we also see collaboration with the DSI on research and innovation, and a lot can come out of this institution. But if we are not able to get it to a point where it's functional, then, I guess, it's almost like we're wasting people's time, we're wasting states' resources, others who perhaps don't even have, and others who may not even be funded by NSFAS or any other burses. So we're just really wasting the resources that we have, that we don't even really have, right? And so we need to try our best to ensure that this institution is fully functional, DG. And so I want to raise a concern with regards to the upskilling of staff as raised by the institutional forum. It's very important, colleagues. Lecturers are one element of the institution. Some of the greatest challenges that we have in the sector, DG, are at the level of the person who students must engage with on a day-to-day basis. So if I'm coming to pay my fees, I will engage with the cashier. If I'm coming to ask for information, will engage with the person who's sitting at the front desk of enrollment. And I think it's important that when we think of the institution and it having the required skills, we need to think that far, because that is the start of which we have some of the protests that we see in our institutions. Very concerned by poor academic performance, as I've been, alluded to, which of course will speak to a lack of good governance and management at the institution. I also want to speak, DG, to the synergy of the institution's two campuses, and how, by and large, began to speak to this. Considering the two campuses of the institution, we need to find a way to create better synergy in terms of systems, in terms of roles and responsibilities, who is designated at which campus. I mean, even in relation to the SRC, I'd like us through the department to make a study of how we synergize the functions of the SRC. I don't know if there have been conversations of there being a central SRC that then overlooks, considering that the campus is to some extent structured similarly to the likes of TUT, UNISA, where we have multiple campuses. When I think, for example, of Wits University, you'd have an education campus, you would have the main campus, but you still have one president presiding over the various campuses. Same goes for University of Pretoria, University of Johannesburg, and a number of institutions. I'm just making an example with the SRC, but by and large, also just speaking to the concerns being raised by Nahal, which speaks to a particular synergy of the systems of the institution, considering that they have the two campuses. Colleagues have stressed the importance of the appointment of the VC, so I won't delve into that, but DG, I think it's something that your office should look strongly into. We know that having stability in governance and management of any institution can only contribute to its success, and so that matter has to be hastily addressed. I'd like to also, as many colleagues, raise the issues of stakeholder engagement. In the SRC's presentation, and I guess also in the workers' presentation, maybe particularly speaking to Nahal, it's very clear that there isn't solid stakeholder engagement in the institution. And perhaps what we must propose, if it doesn't already exist, maybe it was left out in the presentation, that there is a platform of some sort that meets regularly with set times. Things from, sorry, my computer's indicating that my network is not stable, where these stakeholders are able to sit and receive briefings from one another so as to ensure synergy in the institution. I mean, just thinking about the myriad of challenges that the SRC has raised with regards to the academic space, this is where you would want to see an academic officer with, for example, the registrar or the DVC academia to ensure that these issues are trouble shot, And so this is where, DG, we really want to propose that various stakeholders in their respective portfolios work hand in hand to ensure that we have a better start to the academic year, and we also reduce the amount of protests at institutions, which eat into the main program of the institution, which is the academic program. DG, what we will also commit to as the committee is to send to you the communique that has been sent to us by alumni. And also would like to have an understanding as to why the alumni structure at the institution is not yet recognized. We also must appreciate and acknowledge the proactive initiatives of the SRC to work with other stakeholders outside of the institution in combating the myriad of challenges that students have. And this, directly speaks to the social compacting that President Cyril Ramaphosa speaks on, to say that we must call on private sector to equally play its part. And I guess as I stick onto the matters relating to the private sector and it playing its part in social compacting, I want to raise a concern, DG, in the presentation from the management. They speak on Harmony Gold Mine retracting from its collaboration to work on the jewelry school. And I think this is where we really need to, as government across departments, put a tight leash on industry and private sector in terms of the commitments they need to be making to ensure that we as public sector can do the work that we need to do. I also don't want to, though, caution, President, under your leadership, that when we speak about initiatives of the institutions that we represent, the organizations that we represent, that we appreciate them in a collective form, President. And we really want to then compliment, of course, your SRC, together, with all other members of your SRC for the great initiatives that you are putting there. We'd like DG through yourselves for a close monitoring to take place on the closeout reports between the institution and NSFAS. We'd also like to understand, DG, well, not understand, but what seems to be a growing concern in the sector is vice chancellors being a law unto themselves, and the sector not having, measures in place to ensure that there are disciplinary procedures that also hold vice chancellors to account. So I really think beyond CUT, just reflecting on some of the work we've done with Univen, there is a lot of work we need to do as a sector on that. And then I want to raise a concern with regards to the gender composition of the executive of management. I think we only have one woman there. That's very concerning, colleagues. And this also then brings me to a concern on how the rest of the institution looks like in terms of demographics, specifically speaking to intersectionality, so speaking on matters of gender. So if colleagues could kindly send us a spreadsheet of some sort that will give us an understanding, a gendered understanding of how your institution looks like. I can't begin to stress what members have spoken to in terms of gender-based violence cases that have been swept under the carpet. This is a very serious allegation, and management, together with council, needs to be able to respond to that. Considering the low residential capacity of the institution, DG, those figures were very worrying. We're seeing 6%, overall, like across a number of campuses with regards to residential capacity. And this is very worrying, but perhaps one must also have an understanding of what is the feeder of the university. So where do most of your students come from? Would they come from the community that surrounds, the campuses, or would they come from far? Because this also gives us an understanding of students are commuting to campus, maybe from their homes, or what may be the reality. Because if the residential capacity is sitting at the rate at which it's sitting at, then we really have a crisis there. Honorable Itia covered me on the other matters on the possible private accommodation that could be in and around the institution. This is where I guess honorability and members, it's the physical oversight becomes so important for us as members, so that we're able to understand the environments of which these institutions find themselves within. But of course, we are aided by the experiences of Honorable Mahlatsi, if I'm not mistaken, Honorable Makesi and Honorable Boshoff, who may frequent that particular province. I want to thank management for sharing the various infrastructure development projects that are at the institution. I'm not sure if that was all of them, but we would request in writing like a spreadsheet of some sort that would indicate the dates of which particular projects were meant to commence, how far we are with them, if we have completed some, and the funding allocations that were put on them. So almost like a tracking sheet of the various infrastructure development projects that have been scheduled by the institution. DG, I want to raise a concern in the sector with regards to what I would informally refer to as a recycling of individuals who have not indicated to be worthy of being given a second opportunity to lead and serve in our institutions. I think there's a trend to recycle, and I want to use that word because umtu yahamba afeile SUT or ex-university or ex-college, and then they are then sent to another institution where they will then fail, maybe, or maybe, I don't know, maybe the environment, if it's conducive, it will allow for those individuals to thrive. But I really want us to be critical and or give a really look strongly into this matter, DG, where we are just reshuffling people who have not proven to be capacitated to be able to serve in our various institutions, yet they are given second opportunities elsewhere. I think this is very worrying. So yeah, DG, I think for now, those will be my questions and concerns. Members have covered us on many issues around fear in the institution, the use of lawyers and legal processes on various stakeholders, the inconsistent use of rules and processes of the institution in favor of whatever outcome those who are senior may want. And these are allegations, and these are very strong allegations that we can't take lightly, and we must look into. And I think, DG, in closing then, what then becomes the bigger question is, what do we do? I mean, Honorable Makesi sounded very demoralized to say, look, if minister's not here, if the political leadership is not here, how do we ensure that these matters are addressed? Of course, we have yourself, DG, who is given the executive mandate to execute on some of the recommendations that may come from members and ensuring that the department and the ministry does what it's supposed to do. So we trust in your leadership, DG, for you to ensure that we do turn the tide at this institution, but more importantly, DG, that we get to the crux of what exactly is happening at the institution, because as you have said, from everything that various stakeholders have presented, I mean, even those who aren't here, like SAUS has written to the committee before to raise the concerns that have also been raised here this morning. And so what do we then do, DG, coming out of this? And perhaps through ourselves as the committee and yourselves, we need to have ongoing engagements together with the ministry to say what then happens, considering, of course, that I think in November last year, Minister had asked that the department updates him on what is happening at the institution. So what now? What do we do now? I think that's the most important thing, so that we can save this institution and so that we can have a good story to tell, like we felt that we had at Soblaki University. So I think I'll leave it here for now, colleagues, and then perhaps now I've been closing for a long time, but I'd like to understand as well with regards to the medical device additive manufacturing technology demonstrator project, how far we are with regards to that, because these are the type of projects that we want to see thrive out of such institutions, DG. When we say we want good governance and management at this institution, it's because we want such projects to find their feet and to be impactful in the surrounding communities and beyond. So I'll leave it at that for now. and then allow for, what we will do is we will end with council and management, and then the department. So we'll have the department speak last, and before that we'll have council, and before that management, which means that we will then allow firstly for workers to respond. Workers will be followed by the institutional forum, followed by the SRC, followed by management, followed by council, and then lastly, the department. Perhaps also colleagues can give us an understanding of the certification backlog that has been raised by the alumni of the institution. This will also speak to good systems being put in place, but this also then speaks to the myriad of challenges that the SRC raised with regards to the overall challenges around assessment in the institution. So these matters, DG, as we're seeing them, don't exist in isolation. Literally, the one matter will have an impact on something else, and therefore you have a number of challenges that will then exist within the institution. Colleagues, we have moved into the past 1 o'clock. We were supposed to conclude at 1 o'clock. But those of you who are familiar with this committee, it becomes very difficult for us to conclude within those particular within that particular time, considering how inundated our sector is with various challenges. And this is the only way we can do justice to ensuring that we can solve them. So I would like that colleagues, particularly management and perhaps council and the department, those matters that may need comprehensive a comprehensive response, that they be sent to the committee in writing, and perhaps now colleagues can respond to the top, the high level political issues or areas of concern that may have come out of the conversations we had, and matters that colleagues may feel if not addressed, we may have a massive problem coming out of this meeting. And all other finer details that have been requested by members, if they can be responded to in writing. So I'll then hand over to colleagues, the workers from Nahal and then Mateo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm so audible. I will respond to, I think, one of the honorable members asked us about the allegations of bullying. Is that the one that I'm going to respond to, Chairperson? I hope I noted it correctly.
You may go ahead.
Okay. Yes, to respond to that, Chairperson, we have reported some of the cases, but the challenge is, Chairperson, as we have said, that our members are fearful, our members are scared, and because they are threatened, some of our members will report these cases to us. And I do not know what happens during the time before the cases have to sit. And then some of our members will be threatened to be fired and such, and therefore they will withdraw their cases, but still be living with those challenges or abuse or bullying. We have then, after having experienced so many of the cases that we had and seen that some of our members would then decide to withdraw, we decided to take an approach of having a holistic approach to bullying. And the first step that we took was to take it to the Labor Relations Forum, which is a forum, obviously, where management meets with labor. And it is an agenda item on some of our labor relations forums, as we repeatedly had to express our concerns. One of the recent one was our members were bullied, those with comorbidities, a chairperson during COVID that had to work from home. Our cleaning staff were threatened to be fired if they do not come to work, even though they were given medical certificates by their medical practitioners not to be on campus. Another approach is that we had one of our recent projects that we embarked on, that was initiated by both management and labor, in the presence of our former VC, is that the Institutional Renewal and Transformation Office was talking about or concerned about the institutional culture that is existing, and we embarked on something that would bring up a new institutional culture. And Chairperson, there is a document regarding that, and we were awaiting our VC, well, he's not here now, to play the whole situation on how do we then work on a new organizational culture. And like we've said before, another talk show, it's 2 years down the line and there's nothing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can I now hand over to Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, maybe from our side, yes, we are really quite happy that we had this engagement. But maybe just something that I wanted to add to this conversation is that we know that we are represented at the institutional forum level, but maybe something for the council and also for the management to consider is the possibility of bringing in labor also in some capacity on council, maybe to observe or something. Maybe then we will also address some of these issues directly with them, and we will perhaps have some valuable contribution, and we will not be in the state that we're currently in. This is maybe just something in passing for them to consider going forward. I'm not sure how possible is that within the boundaries of the university statutes and policies, but it was just something that we were thinking of. For instance, if I can make you one example for you, we are totally not involved when it comes to even observing the appointment of the vice chancellor. It's something that we will just see once it's announced and things like that. So maybe these are some of the things that can be looked into and considered, even if it means just observing processes and so on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Thank you very much to workers. I would like to now hand over to colleagues from the Institutional Forum.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think my comment is only going to be one, that there is a need to create a platform for communication. I think with number of things that has been seen and that are happening in the institution, that there is lack of communication, and this creates a lot of problems. When the different stakeholders have made requests and so on, if management needs to respond to that, if council needs to respond, they need to make sure that they need to, if there can be a flow of communication, I think that number of things will improve. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dauna. I'd now like to hand over to colleagues from the SRC presidents.
Today, I fully prepared for this type of gathering. Yes, it's a higher level gathering. I'll comment on, let me start with, it was Honorable King from DA, when he or she, I didn't recognize the gender, spoke about the challenges, what were the challenges of moving students from ITS to Fundi. We know that NSFAS, especially from these past years, NSFAS and the institution, somehow, the administration was not properly handled. Now, through the migration of Fundi, because now Fundi was the third party which was appointed last year, second semester, and it was introduced by the previous SRC before we served in SRC. But the implementation happened when we assumed the office. The reason is that others were not migrated as a result of a lack of funding lists from NSFAS. Now the institution was not very sure, when we moved the students from this traditional system of the institution to Fundi, how will we allocate the allowances? Because now there were no MBAs generated for them, and there were no specific amounts for the institution to give Fundi. Now, point number 2, it was made by Mananiso from ANC on a voluntary vaccination response of students. We held engagements with the management earlier this year, from January, as the Vice Chancellor from his presentation mentioned there. What is important and what we must understand, the students are not employees, are clients. Therefore, the institution have no control over clients, has control over its employees. Because now the institution has no power to force clients to mandatorily vaccinate, but they can motivate students to vaccinate through vaccination drives, because we are not in a point, the country is not in a point whereby the president is saying to its citizens they must mandatorily vaccinate. Because I remember there was a case with Discovery employees, whereby the Discovery company employers were forcing its employees to mandatorily vaccinate. Then Cyril Ramaphosa, he had mentioned that the company has no influence in what enforcing those people, because those people had laid complaints to the president. Moving forward is about the question that we were asked up, Honorable Boshov from DA, when he said what are actual names to be changed to for renaming of residences. We must opt for a neutral names that satisfies both parties. Because if you can listen from my presentation, I didn't say that we must change all names of residences, because now we must apply equity in naming residents. Because now if I say let us change all names to African names, obviously we are not going to accommodate some races or some cultures, but we'll engage on the naming later. We can at least opt for names like Winnie Mandela. Winnie Mandela, a name is a neutral name. There's no political alignment on that name, even Chrisad. As I move forward, is it Honorable Litsie? Honorable Litsie spoke about, he asked what is the current quality of our residences there. When I spoke about maintenance, because now failing to understand sometimes will put us in a wrong side. I didn't say that our university residents are in bad or worse state. They need maintenance. For example, if your house, a window breaks or the tap is malfunctioning, it's part of the maintenance process that you must embark on. Moving forward, he spoke about even SAUs that has laid its mandate to them concerning CUT. Now I want to ask the question from the delegate. On what capacity did SAUs go there and represent CUT? Did they represent Bloemfontein campus or Welcome campus? Because now I'm not the member of SAUs from Bloemfontein campus, because SAUs is a money-making scheme, a very useless union, because now they don't represent the interest of the students. Because even when they went to your offices, they didn't meet us and ask us what is the state of the institution. Instead, they used their mindset to go there and represent their jacket. That's why most of them, they find work in the DHEAD. Because now we had the issues of NSFAS, even when SAUs was still there, but there were no changes. That's why I say that some of the problems that are not mandatorily emanating from the management of institution or council of institutions, but it's the failure of the office of the minister, because the minister is not taking us serious. When he was addressing, I expected him to mention something about coaches, because he saw that there's a high demand of students wanting to enter this industry of higher learning. But he didn't mention such. He spoke about colleges and some of the things that were not relevant to us. Because now the students that you see news capturing in your newspapers or news that you watch in TV is because now the media doesn't understand and they twist or they misinterpret what's happening. Because now if our university is accommodating 21,000 students, I make example, then there are 20,000 students who have registered. And obviously, CUT is not the Holy Spirit. It can't take everyone, just like UOPS, just like every campus. That's why I say some of the issues, they were there just to smear campaign our precious Central University of Technology. Moving forward, there was, is it Honorable Tarabella? She spoke about something that happened from 2005, whereby the cousin, or I don't know, the niece script got lost. Now I want to understand, as a member of the committee, or as the member of the parliament, after that happened, what is the remedy that you said, when I assume this office, after seeing such happening, I will bring this remedy to remedy that particular situation? Why do you wait for matters to get worse instead of dealing with them?
President, I'm going to caution you. I'm going to caution you, President, because this is not a platform for you to hold members of parliament to account. We have called you to come and account. President, you're going to allow me to speak because I'm the chair of this committee.
You're suppressing me.
You're going to allow me to speak because I'm the chair of this committee, and I'm going to ask that you allow me to guide you. Thank you very much, President. What I would request, and really kindly request from yourself, is to acknowledge the fact that we are trying to, as the portfolio committee, understand the challenges at the institution that have been raised with us by a myriad of stakeholders. We've had the alumni of the institution raise these challenges with us. We've had SALS. You may not be a member of SALS, which is fine, but SALS is a recognized structure, a recognized governance structure that comes before this committee on a number of occasions to account to the committee on the challenges of the sector representing students, right? So regardless of whether or not you may be affiliated with SALS, SALS will have the responsibility of accounting to this committee on what the realities of students are on the ground. Honorable Makesi has chosen to use her own personal examples and experiences to advocate to the concerns that she has in the institution, all right? So this is not a platform for you to then cross-reference and hold members of this committee to account. What then comes out of the various examples that members would give is that definitely there are challenges at this institution. And I'm sure if you were to discuss with Honorable Makesi at a later stage, she will be able to then indicate to you what measures then she then followed. But I'd like to indicate to you that this is not a platform for you to hold anyone else to account in this particular platform. We are here to brief the committee so that we have an understanding of what's happening at the institution and we can make viable recommendations coming thereof. You may continue, President.
So thank you very much, Wana Chairperson, but I feel suppressed, but I'll give the President of Telkom an opportunity to respond. But with the mandatory vaccination, it will never happen in this institution. The students must be encouraged to vaccinate. Because I heard one of the speakers there, I forgot, who said that we must not strike. I'm sure it's Tatelitsi. And Tatelitsi said we must not strike. In the absence of leadership, the masses will lead themselves. If we are here to be threatened, that will not happen. Thank you very much.
President, I'd like to assist you again. I don't think you see, what I don't want us to do is to have a misrepresentation of members in the work that they are trying to do. Honorable Litzie is a former student activist, and I don't think he would say students must not protest, because protesting is a right, a constitutional right of every citizen of this country. I think perhaps where we fail to understand each other, considering that there might be various network challenges, is that I think maybe what Honorable Litzie did say, what I believe to have heard him say, is that firstly, let us try our best, all of us stakeholders, to ensure that we engage, and therefore management and council and various stakeholders who manage and govern the institution must create platform for those engagements to take place so that students do not resort to protest action. Because that is what will happen when students are not heard. That is what will happen when workers are not heard. But what then becomes the responsibility of all citizens of this country is to ensure that when we do practice this right of ours to protest and organize, picket and petition, we must do so responsibly. And therefore, the emphasis from his remark is that we cannot then burn the very same infrastructure that we are fighting management to build, that we are fighting the department to increase its budget for us to build, that we are lobbying Treasury to increase its budget for us to build. It's counter-progressive. So I'd like us to ensure that we don't misunderstand what members are trying to say in this committee. I believe you had concluded, President. I'd like to allow the other president to please make their closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. You've been doing a very great job. Let me also redirect. There was a question on the maintenance side from members that was asked, and you just highlighted something that is very important right now, that we should always mitigate challenges or experiences where student protest would be experienced. Now, Chairperson, we we've been struggling very lot with maintenance. As one of the problems in this institution that I highly see, I would agree with you that our problems in this institution, as you have highlighted, that they are interlinked, they are inter alia. And one of the challenges that I experience in this institution is a high level of plausible deniability. No one seems to be knowing who is responsible for what. You'll be going from one department to the other. As currently, we as Volcom campus currently, we have a month, I do believe, the residents not be having water. If it's not water, we are told that the geysers are broken. Chairperson of the session, we're talking about in a couple of days' time, on the 14th, we're expecting students back on campus, and the resident students are already at the campus. They have to go out to the campus to go fetch water. It's an experience that is really not ideal. And Chairperson, I heard your comment on the a possibility of the institution having the institutional SRC. I do not know if it's going to be possible, because this was an attempt that was attempted previously, but due to the geographical location, I certainly do not feel that it is possible, based on the reference that you've given, that other institutions like TUT does have, but that would be something that to look into. Chairperson, in the presentation that how did. The SRC highly sleeps in the same bed with them to say there have been procurement irregularities. Currently in the Volcom campus, there's a sports field that has been made, of which we are told that more than $1 million has been procured for that. But if you come now at Volcom campus, in that stadium, there's not even a tap. There's not even a tap. You cannot even practice there at night. There are no lights. It's questions that speaks about the procurement irregularities upon tenders that are awarded to companies that would be stemming from being the same companies for years and years. And those questions accountability and leadership, chairperson of the session. And also lastly, also not to come long, as my counterpart has came, but also to agree that there is a lack of communication. This was something that we had made council aware of, that we need to be involved in decision making decisions, that we need to really be involved. And in case where the SRC is not involved, and we come across a decision in a pipeline, and we ask and we would receive arrogant responses, we would, as a student body, as the representatives of a large stakeholder, revolt to other scenes. As we are young, active, vibrant, and full of energy, chairperson of the session, we would be found in the streets, but that should be mitigated at all costs. To say involvement needs to be at all times be adhered to. Thank you very much, chairperson.
Thank you very much, presidents from both campuses. We truly appreciate your responses. I'd like to then hear from management, and then we'll move on to council.
Thank you very much, Chair. A lot of issues have been... Sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Don't tap, bro. Just talk. Talk. No, they can hear you.
Okay. We can hear you. I just want to see the council. We can hear
Okay, thank you very much. And the honorable members of parliament and colleagues who are in this meeting, there are several issues which have been raised, and we as management, we take that they have been raised in good spirit in order to make sure that our institution is on good standing. Management appreciates this, and there is no way we are going to be defensive. I just have to indicate that as a management will respond to these issues which have been raised, and in coordination with the council, will be able to give a clear picture. We are very happy that we get to see these issues from different perspectives, and that give us a real opportunity of understanding our problems much better. Chair, you indicated that it will assist if this meeting took place on site. I cannot agree with you more, because some of the issues which have been raised here, it will give you opportunity of seeing them with their own eyes. And I hope that in future we'll have opportunity of having such kind of engagement. Then I would not go to all those issues that I mentioned, but allow me, Chair, to talk about the 4 issues. Number 1 is the one which was raised about the voluntary vaccination. You'll recall at the beginning where we said that there was a transition of leadership from 1st of October. We put it at 4 that the consultation should be our way of operation. We have started consultation with the issues of voluntary vaccination, and we have realized that it pays when students are able to express themselves and they also explain how they would like us to treat the way forward. So I want to assure our students that there's no point we are going to dictate issues, only that we are going to make sure that everyone is engaged, and when we come out of this one, we'll be on the same page. Chair, I also then want to go to issue raised by Honorable King concerning third stream income. And I'd like to respond here that we are quite aware of the difficulties of getting income from government because of the demands which are on the government coffers. And we have a unit at CUT which is dedicated for third stream income. I would also like to thank our council for being good in guiding and supporting fully how this unity is going to operate. Then the third thing I would like to mention, Chair, is what was raised by Honorable Boshoff, where he indicated the naming of our facilities, including buildings, but many other facilities which are not buildings. I would like to indicate to honorable members that we have very clear policy and procedure of naming of these facilities. And this is led by our Director of Institutional Renewal and Transformation. And we believe that we are spot in being able to address the issues which students raised. Then the last thing I would like to mention, Chair, is the issue of strategic nature which was raised between the 2 campuses. And correctly, colleagues from the Welcome campus feel as if they are not at par with the Bloemfontein campus. This has been a strategic matter at the council level. And the council has put a clear goal that in 2022, we should come to a place where we have proper repositioning of the Welcome campus. There have been 3 rounds already of consultation. We are on the 3rd round now, and a committee which is being chaired by the Vice Chancellor and Principal has been set, and this committee reports quarterly to Council. So we believe by the end of the year, we'll be in a position of showing how the Welcome campus is going to be repositioned, so that everybody knows that we have got 1 university and 2 campuses which are operated in. Chair, like I mentioned, there are so many issues which we have spoken, and for the sake of time, and it will not be justice if we go down all of them. But again, let me undertake that we will respond to all of them, because it is of interest to management to be able to put these things on the perspective. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of the ministry.
VC, acting VC, Mr. Prof. Ngoi?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, I think my network was reconnecting at that point. I believe you've concluded your remarks.
Yeah, I concluded, Chair, summarizing everything. And through you, I would like to ask you to allow my executive members, if there is one point which they want to highlight, which
that's an order, VC, Prof. Ngoi. You see, we must have stability at the institution. I want to call you VC, but I can't now.
Okay, Chair. Thanks, Prof. Ngoi. Mine, I think, relate to the question that was asked by Honorable Letty regarding the dropout rate and the pass rate. I think his question was why the drop rate at 6.7%. What are the causes? The good thing is that he acknowledged that there was a decrease of the dropout rate of from 2018, which was 10.6%, down to 9.7% in 2019, and further down to 6.9% in 2020. And in my presentation, you remember that there's a slide where I indicated the causes. I categorized them into psychological and emotional turmoil, connectivity, and remote assessment, and some support needed from the lecturers. And I indicated that these are not thumbsucked causes. There was a survey that was conducted to get this information from the students. Maybe I must just give context because I didn't give too much context. This study was conducted around August, September 2021, and this survey wanted to determine students' experiences with online assessments. And the participating students were selected from courses and modules where students' performance either dropped or increased by more than 20%. And 240 students responded and completed the questionnaire. So out of those, about 70% of them are coming from or getting funding from NSFAS. But we must note that from those, 10% indicated that they are getting funding through they are funded through the missing middle by parents or guardians, while 14% were funded through informal employment. So now let's bring the element of understanding the financial aspect. That is how the issue of financial aspect comes in here. Because these students who are in the missing middle and who are funded by, who are self-funded, are the ones that are experiencing challenges in terms of coping and going beyond the second year of their study. And with regard to the workload, we'll understand that as they indicated that there was too much workload, and as a result, it means some of them were dropped out because the semester was too short, and because we were under pressure to complete the academic year. So those are some of the reasons. And in terms of connectivity, the challenges, we understand that some of the students are coming from schools which were not maybe well equipped in terms of technical resources to prepare them for online learning. So then when they remember these students were 2020 cohort, the very same students we are talking about. They were 2020 cohort. So in 2021, they were doing their second year. The very same second year that we are talking about here to say the dropout was 0.7%, which means these students who participate in the survey are representative of the 2020 cohort who took survey in 2021. So these are the facts that came from students directly without us thinking of them as to what may be causing the dropout rate. So in terms of connectivity challenges, we all know they were also complaining about connectivity challenges that we're facing, and sometimes experiencing lockdown wherever they were, because although we said the students who are experiencing connectivity challenges must come closer to campus or come back to campus, others never thought they were going to experience connectivity challenges, and they stayed wherever they are. And during time of assessment, then they experienced these challenges, and then they could not able to finish the work that they were supposed to do, and as a result, they dropped out. And in terms of the pass rate, as I said, the 74.65% for 2021 is not a final figure. Although in 2020 we were sitting at 81.19%. But I must say that in 2020, it was for the first time where we experienced COVID-19 and we had to quickly switch online. And in 2021, maybe SRC can attest to that, we learned a lot from 2020 experience. So the lecturers had now to work smart in terms of making sure that they improve in terms of assessment. And on the other side, on the side of the students, they also became aware that where there was plagiarism, some of the expression was picked up. And then as they were picked up, it means most of the students became cautious of plagiarizing. And in that case, then it means the results are giving us almost the true reflection of the performance of the student. It may not be 100%, but because measures were put in place, less plagiarism took place in 2021. Hence, maybe a difference in terms of the pass rate when compared to 2020. Thanks.
Can we move on to the next colleague? Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'll just touch on a few of the salient aspects. I think it was Honourable Member Koza that raised the issue of maintenance. So, yeah, we're busy with a large-scale capital maintenance project approach at the moment. So we, as opposed to doing very active maintenance, we are refurbishing our residences and focusing at the moment at Dalton, Indra, and Technica. The scope has been done, procurement is underway, and the constraint that we have at the moment is to find alternative accommodation to house our students whilst we are doing this holistic refurb. We're thinking of using the Transnet building possibly through beneficial occupation. And of course, the more our students and residents heads report the dysfunctionality within the buildings, the faster we can attend to these. Voluntary vaccination, we're consulting with organised labour on Thursday. I am aware that the registrar has consulted with the students. I think it was Honourable King that raised the issue of review of sexual harassment policy. That policy is indeed the subject of regular reviews. If I pronounce the surname correctly, it was Honourable Letzier raised the issue about sexual harassment being swept under the carpet. I think the Chair of Council will deal with the fact that my name isn't clear. based on a thorough process followed. The issue of a breakdown of acting appointments, senior, middle, and management. For the Welcome campus, I think we need to just perhaps contextualize why we are putting on hold filling of vacancies there, because it may result in a superfluous exercise if the Welcome repositioning exercise, which is now gaining momentum and much needed traction, finds that we need to have an organizational structure that truly supports the strategy. And as I indicated, the opportunities that are locked, resident in the Welcome campus as being catalytic in turning around Welcome as a city need to be understood and researched properly as part of this process. I wanted to touch on something else as well. An interesting study that we did, just a snap survey we did 2 weeks ago, to test to what extent our employees are of the view that the daily jobs are, through the daily jobs they have a line of sight and make a direct contribution to Vision 2030. We had about a 20% response rate, and it's quite noteworthy that 73% of the respondents to that particular question indicated that the day-to-day job does allow them, and they do have direct participation and line of sight of Vision 2030. So those are some of the positives, Chair and honourable members, that we prefer not to talk about, because we want to be real about the challenges that we have, whilst we accept responsibility to address those in a systematic and systemic way, as the Chair has alluded to, between the two campuses. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies for that. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members of the committee. I would like to say that a number of issues that are raised today, most of them are not new. We have been grappling with these issues. I joined CUT in July, the 1st of July 2021, and upon my joining CUT, I think it was the first week, I was greeted by a strike, a protest action of students. And that was essentially the last protest action that CUT has seen since my tenure. I'm here for almost my 7th month now. The one incident which was reported at Welcome campus was last week Thursday, which we dealt with it immediately, and it did not cause any further incidents that were reported to my attention. So I'd like to just assure the committee that while we are not oblivious to the challenges, it is our, or at least my perception, that we are addressing them regardless, and we thank this opportunity to be able to engage on such issues at this level. And the seriousness that these issues are raised, that is the seriousness that they will be handled. I've noted a number of requests from the portfolio from our side, and we will be happy to oblige in providing that information. I just think perhaps we can just agree on the timelines. The reports on the disciplinary action of students will be provided. We already have that analysis. The report on the allocation of residences and the gender spread, as it was requested, it will be provided. It is available. And we will provide council as well as this committee with intensive narration
of the recruitment processes, particularly in the registrar's office. There were gaps of about 3 senior managers. We now have legal counsel, an in-house legal counsel, which is intended, and we hope from that appointment, which our Director Legal Services started in January. And we hope with that intervention it will lessen the degree of money that is spent on outsourcing legal counsel. Regardless, we will still provide an overview of the amount spent on legal counsel. This was discussed in our council meeting, because that seriousness that issue has been expressed to be of serious nature, and it is subjecting us to a lot of risk, and how we may mitigate the risk and the dependency on legal counsel to actually address issues which really requires us to be decisive on such matters. However, we will provide the committee with such report. The committee can just indicate the timelines, and we will oblige. In response to the chairperson, it is indeed very lonely for myself as a female, one female in the executive management, and I really have to say I agree with your sentiment. And in my prejudice comment, I would like to express excitement in this recruitment process of the new Vice Chancellor, and hope that we will really look into addressing the critical transformation agenda of this institution. I would like to pause there, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to address one question that was posed around the MedEd technology demonstrator. I think the question was, where are we with that at the moment? Just to report, there has been some strides on that. In fact, recently funding has been approved by Council, and we're in the process of acquiring another building to house some of the state-of-the-art equipment in that building. But ultimately, the purpose is to try and develop the medical device industry so that as South Africa, together with the government, we can create African solution to African challenges. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you very much once more. From management side, I think we have responded to the issues which were raised.
Finance.
And before I give back to you, we have got finance to conclude, and actually we have been visited by a person from NSFAS. So I hope our acting CFO will be able to introduce this person. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. For finance, just listed the questions or for clarities. There's one relating to the percentage on historical debt. Then I'll also respond on the issue of the using funding, the MESITA, missing middle, the using of the same suppliers in the procurement, the COVID-19 expenditure, appointment of the contractor for sports field in Velcom, then the list of the funders, except the NSFAS. Let's just to respond on that. When it comes to the issue of the percentage on historical debt, our debt sitting at 1. Actually, I'm just going to summarize to say 1.8 or 1.9 billion is a total debt as at 31st of December, of which 50% of it, if you look at that, it's 949, mainly for NSFAS beneficiaries. The root cause for that, there was a missing information between the two, between the institution and NSFAS, where now we indicate that by end of December, all the matter has been actually submitted in terms of that to clear the historical debt of the NSFAS students. The other one is a self-funded students, of which is a range from 2017, even before then, it's about 50% of it. Then when it comes to that 50% would come to 946 million. Then coming to the issue of the communication, open line of communication started already as a stakeholder management. Since my appointment in last year, in the mid of July, I able to meet the SRC leadership, including the SRC finance officers on regular basis. That's why there wasn't any protest from my appointment the 15th of July last year. There was a stability in that regard, where our meeting was stretches in such a way that we meet on a weekly basis, and also on Saturdays and Sundays. The SRC received me to confirm that. My last meeting that I had with the SRC, in terms of that, we had our workshop for 2 days with the SRC about the readiness of the institutions, where in terms of the finance and everything, guidelines are actually attended to. We had a meeting on the 24th and 25th of January. Then the last meeting that we had, it was on the 31st of January, just to confirm that as a stakeholder management, I take it seriously in terms of that. Then the issue of the MESITA. The MESITA is coordinated or managed by CUTIS, including the unit of development. I think in details of the report we'll provide so that we can check the list of funded students and how much was it for those students. Missing middle, on the missing middle class HLE students, we issued this year the guidelines in terms of registration, so that it based on the threshold of the income. Then it ranged so that at least it gives the missing middle to able to afford in terms of registration. Also on the missing middle, how do we assist as a university? The unit of development was also marketing in such a way that when they receive the funding, then they consider the missing middle based on the money that they received. That's what we're doing so far. The issue of the same supplier being appointed for procurement, I did receive some of the anonymous of anonymous to say this supplier is always in CUT. We refer that to the risk and to the risk unit, which they did investigation. There was some certain investigations that have been done for the past 2 years since my appointment, where we found that yes, indeed, some of the officials as well, they are colluded in terms of that. Then they resign before even the finalization of that. But the reports of the forensic audits are there. There is also a call from the different structures in the council, where they institute that we must go and get what we call forensic audit and lifestyle audit on officials for procurement, including the other who does the procurement from the what you call end users. The office of the chief audit is actually busy with that to make sure that there's an appointment for the lifestyle audit in that regard. Then the issue of the COVID-19 expenditure. COVID-19 expenditure, by the end of December, we spent 13 million, of which we are required to actually to submit to IF, Institutional Forum meeting, with the details and also suppliers' names. Then I will provide in details in terms of that. The issue of the list of the other funders, excluding the NSFAS, we had 56 funders that we have for 2020-21. Then the amount that we receive for that funders for as a bazar is 31 million. Then it will give the list together with the amount that have been allocated for us to do that. The issue of appointment of the contractor for sports field in Velcom. This appointment was done even before my time, but I'll make sure that I'll go in details just to get how this contractor been appointed and the work that have been done, and also go and take the pictures and check if indeed was in line with the spec that have been provided. That one, I don't have now the full report, but I'll provide the report when it comes to that. I think that's all about the finance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think from management side, that is your story, and thank you for giving this opportunity. Sorry, I think did you want to say something?
Yeah, for this person. Chairperson.
You may proceed, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chiribari Mukonderi. I'm the senior manager from NSFAS. I think there was only one issue that was raised, which I feel maybe it's important for me to comment on, is the issue related to the 2022 funding list. Yes, indeed. NSFAS, the first funded list we shared with the institution was on the 2nd of February. And as I'm talking to you now, yesterday we shared the second list. But again, we spent almost half of the day yesterday working with CUT colleagues. The CFO was part of the session we had, where we were trying to load the results from CUT, of which that's been done. As I'm talking to you, I was just talking to some of the colleagues on the side just to find out how far are we with the funding list for returning students. We will be sharing the funding list for returning students today. And what we did, maybe something that which is again important for colleagues, is that since the introduction of POPI Act, it also impacted on us on how we should be sharing data. In the past, what we used to do, we used to just go and take all the universal funded list, send it to all the universities, and that used to help us, more especially cases where students would apply maybe at CUT, but they end up admitted at UJ. So it used to be very easy. Institutions would just go, take the universal funded list, match their admission, and then from that they will be able to know who is funded, irrespective of whether they gave their institution as their preferred institution. So because of POPI Act, what we are doing, how we're doing it this year, of which that's what colleagues are currently doing, we take the universal funded list, then from that we also ask institutions to give us their full admission list. We match it, we match admission list with the full funded list. Then from that, we will be able to communicate the status to institutions, of which that's the list which we will be communicating to almost all the universities today. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, then thank you very much. Finally, back to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your responses. I would now like to hand over to DG for your responses, DG.
Sorry, Chair, I think you forgot about me.
Oh my God, I'm rushing for the end. I am rushing for the end. Sincerest apologies, Chair of Council. And Daterancho, please do make your concluding remarks as well.
Understandably so, Chair. I think we've been sitting here for too long. But thank you very much, Chair, for presenting the Central University of Technology for an opportunity to come and account to the Portfolio Committee. I think it's long overdue. I want to just summarily speak about the campus, the two campuses, the university as a whole. We are a growing university. We are a young university. We have a new leadership that has been elected less than a year ago. And I listened to Dr. Lewin as she mentioned that there was a great time of stability before late 2020 in CUT, and I can attest to that. But equally so, we must understand the tensions that existed between the ministry and the university in the same period. So when we took over last year, really, our first aim is we need to make this university a little bit more accessible to the accounting authorities and to account better. So that's basically our first value as a council, to say we are a creature of the Higher Education Act. We belong to the higher education, and we cannot afford to be at loggerheads with the department at any given point of time. So that is something that's important. I want to speak about also the culture of this university. I became a member of council late 2017, and I can attest to the claims of the various stakeholders that there's a lot of intimidation, corporate bullying and so forth in this institution. And I sat in council as a junior councillor and watched it. So I agree with that. Lots of work has been done to reverse that, especially since last year, the 1st of April, when the new leadership took over. We are turning things around, but our colleagues must understand it takes time in a highly regulated environment like ours. What I also want to just highlight before I go to the 5 salient points I want to touch on briefly, Chair, is the fact that we find ourselves as a very young composition in council. Most of our councillors are young. I don't want to say they're inexperienced, but they're young. And most of them are sitting on a board of this nature for the first time. We find ourselves as council having to deal with a lot of over-politicization of issues and stuff like that, which is a hindrance in a governance environment. But we're dealing with those issues. We are a creature of statute, and we are aware of our corporate governance responsibilities. First point I want to substantively deal with is the Vice-Chancellor. And a concern was raised that perhaps Vice-Chancellors are above the law in universities, not in this university. The reason why the VC was suspended was because he was suspected of having not acted accordingly on a sexual harassment charge. And so the council immediately suspended him so that we can investigate the matter and take him to book. When that was done, the investigation ensued, and in the middle of an investigation, as it is customary, every executive has the right to ask for a mutual separation. That's what their contracts allow. Every 5-year appointee at that high level may ask for a mutual separation if he believes that the disciplinary hearing is going to jeopardize his career or reputation one way or the other. We followed policy and procedure to the letter, and in our report you will find that, Chairperson. And then secondly, the sexual harassment that's been thrown around in this meeting was cleared. Our DVC resources and operations went through the process, CCMA, the works, kicking and screaming. It was a very painful period for all of us, and especially him, but ultimately he was cleared of all charges irrevocably by the CCMA, an independent process. No sexual harassment in this university has been swept under the carpet. Each and every case is taken and it is handled. At the moment, we've got one that's pending and going. And again, the incumbent is suspended and due process is being followed. So I just want to allay colleagues' fears in this forum. We have very, very good policies that will be made available to you. As Dr. Paul says, they are constantly under review and updated. Secondly, the mutual separation, I've briefly touched on it. The Vice-Chancellor asked for a mutual separation. And I suppose there was a lot of reputational damage that was at stake, not only for him, but also for us as a university, the media, the attention. So he exercised his constitutional right to ask for a mutual separation. And a briefing, media briefing was circulated to all media houses and to all staff. Everybody received that circular that explained what had happened between ourselves and the Vice-Chancellor. So again, a report will be a little bit more detailed for your comfort. And then the Alumni Association, let me just say, 2017 was the last time we published our statute. And in that statute, we recognized the formation of a convocation. And ordinarily, convocation includes the Alumni Association. So what the university has done in the process, we've appointed an expert in the AA office to establish the Alumni Association. We are in the process of establishing the Alumni Association. We are busy with their terms of reference. We are supposed to conclude them in the last council workshop, and we couldn't because of misalignment. So we are busy. And I'm sure before the June meeting of council, we would have finished the terms of reference of the Alumni Association. So when I said they're not recognized, I meant literally. They are just mentioned under convocation in our statutes, but we are in the process of getting them properly recognized in the institution. Again, it's a process. I want to talk about policies, Madam Chair. We have all the policies that have been talked about. There's no way we can run an institution of this nature and not have a policy. So respectfully to all our representatives, we have policies, and everything that has been mentioned here, we will produce those policies and you will see the dates when they were adopted, etc., etc. It's true there was a huge, and there still is, remnants of a culture of intimidation in CUT, and it's mainly because we are a transforming university. As I've said, we come from a difficult past. If you look at our composition in this university 4 or 5 years ago, we were still dominated by white males at certain levels of management, and that's a process. It takes time. So these things are historic that the colleagues are talking about, and I don't want to minimize the legitimacy of their plea today, their presentations. They are legitimate. We recognize that they are legitimate, but it takes time to transform an institution of this nature under such heavily regulated environments. Sixthly, our institutional culture. We had a summit last year in September where institutional culture was heavily dealt with, where we took some serious decisions as a university to change the culture of this university. And again, it's about implementation. On my last parting shot, Chair, I really want to welcome the portfolio committee to come and visit us here at CUT. We will open every book. We will open every corner of this university for you to come. 3-4 weeks ago, we had the chairperson of NSFAS and his executives coming to the Velcom campus. We took him to the shacks where our children are living. We've got nothing to hide. Most of these things that we're dealing with are historic, and we are intent in dealing with them concisely. What you see, as far as this council is concerned, is a robust bunch of councillors, a culture which we are promoting. People must speak. If matters are not put on the table, they don't exist. There's no way that we can run this institution when people don't speak and put matters on the table. So I want to commend them for having and actually engaging in these courageous conversations. But we are well prepared, well engaged, council and management, to deal with each and every single one of them. And I just wanted to pause there, Chair, and thank you so much again for the opportunity. I would like to ask, Chair, that you perhaps give us 10 days and not 7 days, according to Honorable Letsie. If you can give us 10 days within which to then reply to you with all of these questions that honorable members have put. I believe there's a lot of information that we need to collate. So if you could give us 10 days, 10 working days from today, would really be appreciative. And I will personally make sure that you get everything that you've asked for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranso. I just quick clarity. So the institution doesn't have a convocation.
Chair, the institution does have a convocation that is recognized by statute. The issue is formation and implementation. We've recently appointed a council, it's a deputy director, Professor, in the office of the Vice Chancellor, who then, as a subject matter expert, need to help us operationalize these things. Among the efforts, the Alumni Association were busy with their terms of reference, as an example.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify something. So when we speak about convocation and we're speaking about alumni, we're speaking about them interchangeably in the case of CUT.
That's right, Chair. And
we want to say Alumni Association. Only Alumni.
Okay.
Is that correct? The colleagues were speaking in the background. Can we just have clarity on that?
Prof. Ngidi, please take this one quickly. Please go ahead, Prof. Ngidi.
Now, I was trying to assist the Chair to say in the Gazette of 2017 of our statute, we have got alumni, not convocation.
Okay, all right. No, I just wanted clarity. I wanted clarity on that. Thank you very much, Chairperson Rancho. I'd like to now hand over to DG Sishi to respond to the various questions from members, as well as just a myriad of that may have come up. I think DG, you know, there was a way that you spoke to at the launch of the program. There's a mic that's open, I think. at the launch of the program, we had the TVET program that seeks to assist the TVET sector with its finances on Friday. He spoke so well on the issue around vaccination and how the sector should be looking at it, considering that, you know, it is a space, higher education and training is a space for engagement and dialogue and a contestation of views, where that should be then allowed to emerge within the sector. And I think if you could reiterate the sentiments you shared there in your response, not to dictate how your response should go, one would truly appreciate that. And so, yeah, I think that's really the only thing I wanted to speak to. Of course, the others, DG, you respond to. I think the biggest issue, DG, when we're looking at the responses that have come, the comments, the presentations, the discussions by members, the responses, is that we need to find synergy among stakeholders at this institution. There's great potential for a lot to be done. But if we're not able to address the small challenges that we have, they end up brewing in the manner in which they have. But there's a great sense of a lack of consultation among stakeholders. Stakeholders feel left behind. And if stakeholders are left behind, then you deprive the institution of the assistance that the institution can get from the various stakeholders. But I think also what really stands out, DGs, and what do we do? And what then becomes the interventions of the department and the ministry. Thanks, DG.
Thank you very much. I trust you can hear me from that side. We just had we just had power cuts in this place, so in case I get cut. Firstly, Chair, I think we appreciate this opportunity to engage the issues much closer, particularly to hear the different voices, of different stakeholders. I think many who are here would agree that if you were to hear the report of the unions only, you will conclude differently. And if you were to hear the council and management reports, you will, also make a different, view of the state of the institution. And therefore it assisted us that today we had an opportunity to hear the voices of different stakeholders, particularly the fact that there will be further detail around some of the issues that we may not have done justice because of time pressures. So I look forward to accessing the additional data that in the next 10 days will be available so that we conclude properly on the issues and we are evidence-based in our approach to engaging the matters that we are confronted with. I wish to apologize to those who feel uncomfortable that our minister was not here today as a result of cabinet engagement as we prepare for the State of the Nation's address tomorrow. The minister today is represented by his advisor, Mr. Mandela, as well as the representative from the deputy minister. We also have Mr. Sonti, who is a parliamentary liaison, who are supporting us, who are the management of the department. Here we respect this platform, and we assure honorable members that at all material times, we will make ourselves not only available, but apply ourselves to the best of our abilities to drive the agenda for education in our country. I thank everybody who has presented, and I wish to conclude as follows. First and foremost, I think, may I respond to the request by the chair around our recent engagement with the TVET sector, particularly when we're speaking on the issues of vaccine mandates and how our institutions are responding to this. And I made reference to the fact that the President of the Republic of South Africa has guided all of us in this regard. And his guidance was in the context of his collaborative work with his counterparts the world over. And I think it's crucial that when we respond institutionally, we are in sync with the values that underpin our practices, particularly as institutions of higher learning. We expect that we are platforms and arenas for generating solutions, and those solutions will emerge if the environment for engagement with all stakeholders was fertile. And we reiterate this comment, and we are requesting that the chair of council, as well as management, look carefully at the issues of consultation, because they're always relative and they're always subjective in the manner in which such issues are dealt with. And I know that if you engage sincerely with your stakeholders, you will find a solution to deal with the issues instead of us putting resources together to fight the pandemic. We fight each other, locking gates and locking others out, instead of opening the gates for them to raise their voices so that all of us have a solution. At the same time, we will support the university in its attempt to respond to the call by the Minister of Higher Education and Training that we must encourage our students to vaccinate. Encouraging them to vaccinate is not the same as locking them out because they have a different view to ours. I have noted, Chair, the response, for example, of the University of Western Cape on the same issue of vaccine mandates. They are aligned with all of us in terms of their approach. But when they operationalize their policies and they actually demarcate certain spaces to those who are vaccinated, it then becomes interpreted as, therefore, those who have not vaccinated are denied access. And I think most of the time, the difficulty lies in the operationalization of institutional policies. And we request that CUT look into this carefully. I've engaged with SAUS, I've engaged with SRCs where I had an opportunity. We are all aligned in that to fight this pandemic, generally we need to vaccinate. But when we develop a policy before we have finalized legislation nationally, it becomes a contested arena, the university space, when it is supposed to be an intellectual platform for finding solutions. And we appreciate the effort, but we would like us to be more careful in how these are done. Chair, you have concluded at the end of your, as you were making your comments. I think we are here to account. I would not use this opportunity to then, present management programs. We will do so at your request at any other time. But I wish to assure you that how you have concluded one or some of the issues you've raised with us, placing institutions in such that good governance is a priority, ensure that we serve our institutions, collaborations between our department and other government departments to strengthen our interventions, concerns around poor academic performance, synergy at the CUT campuses in terms of administrative systems. Even the voices of the SRCs from both institutions are not the same. You can get a sense that there is a need for a synergy. And as you observe, and I support your view in this regard, close monitoring of the institution and engaging with stakeholders, ensuring that we do not allow a situation to deteriorate. And your concern about low registration numbers regarding residential capacity. These are issues that are very clear to us. And as we receive additional information so that our analysis is refined and is pointed, and we've eliminated issues that are core and separated them from issues that are urgent and those that are long-term and perhaps need lengthy engagements. We will, certainly, in the next, few weeks, engage with the institution to make sure that we sing from the same, Quran in respect of what it is that we say is the problem. So that when we go to the minister, we also propose what are the set of solutions that are urgent and needs to be looked into carefully and so forth. I think that today's conversation have given me hope that also there is a maturity in the leadership, and that there is an understanding also that our role as a department is not to, at every slightest incident, to find ourselves engaging ourselves in the institutional management environment. We are guided by the legislation in the manner in which we engage. We have given the university an opportunity to look into the matters, and I think they can attest to this. But it is clear to me that our approach has not yielded the results that are necessary. I agree with the Chair of Council that these are difficult matters, and some are historical, and some are produced by, we are dealing with them in a highly regulated environment. But service delivery demands that we move with speed in dealing with some of the issues, especially the conditions, in the residential areas where our students are housed, should be conducive to teaching and learning, should be conducive to, an intellectual environment that promotes, intellectual engagement. And all of these are important, and we need to prioritize it. We've allocated resources for maintenance of, infrastructure. And end of the financial year, these resources are brought back to us, and we are really insisting. And I think you've received my letters in this regard to request that let us spend the resources that are allocated for infrastructure. And if not, we'll have to move those resources to other institutions that are able to do so. But it would be a shame if that would happen in the context of such need as it has been articulated by the stakeholders here today. I feel that the perspectives sit, some of them at the right and others on the left. We need to pull those extremes to the center so that there is harmony in the conversations that the university is engaged with. I heard the voices of honorable members speaking specifically about all of these issues, and I take this opportunity to commit the department in ensuring that we implement the resolutions and we engage them much more deeply and clearly. We had, Honorable Teboho Letsi, we had your consent. We had the advices of Honorable Mananiso, and we had the Council of, all the members in this regard. And I wish to say that we thank you, Chair, for your leadership today, but it's urgent that we respond with a plan and with a program. And this, I think, will be ready within the next few weeks, and we'll be ready to table our interventions to your Chair and the committee. We will be ready to table them to our Minister with a clear advice on what it is that needs to be done. Some of the recommendations are clear. We heard the voices of stakeholders, and we are happy to have been part of these conversations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, for your responses. And thank you very much to all colleagues for taking time out of your busy schedules to be with us this afternoon. I think and I think before I hand it over to I had summarized is that I think a lot of us have said a lot this morning, this afternoon, and what I sense from as well as those who work in the institution, being the workers, is that coming out of the discussion, Chair of Council, shares with the committee that there was a summit on institutional culture, and this must be applauded as it's an attempt to bring synergy within the institution for stakeholders to find one another. Again, same to us as government. Well, I'm not government, but us as public sector as a whole. We really need to get to a point where we just do what needs to be done. All of us, including us as members of parliament, those in NASFAS, the leadership, and those who process interact with students on a day-to-day basis. We all need to get to a point where we just try to, and the Chair of Council spoke to that in terms of implementation, and DG has spoken to that. So colleagues, I would then ask as well that Chair of Council, that the report in relation to the mutual separation agreement with the previous Vice Chancellor, please be shared with the committee. I think we still have outstanding concerns in regard to the consequences of a mutual separation agreement in relation to consequence management. So we'd like that report to be shared with us. And then, Chair of Council, I would preferably like that once colleagues have presented, that they submit to us within 2 to 3 days, considering that actually you had to respond here, but because of time, we can't. So because the secretary of the committee is a very nice young man, he then says 7 working days. Honorable Itzier's 7 working days is a standing deadline of the committee. So we can't extend to your 10 days. We're really hoping that colleagues will be able to do what needs to be done within the following 7 days. So all responses that need to be shared with the committee. We have now received the report of the SRC in Balcom campus, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much, President, for that. And then I think in all that's being said, what we must commit ourselves to as a committee is to continue playing our oversight role on the institution and its stakeholders, as well as the department and the ministry, so that I think what President of the Bloemfontein campus was trying, we as members of parliament are committing ourselves to ensuring that we play our part, coming out of the recommendations that will have been made in this. Also looking forward to a response from yourselves, perhaps in the next 7 days as well, on any indication of what exactly can be done to closely look into the matters that have been raised by colleagues from the institution. So colleagues, having said that, I think we can come to closure of our meeting. We really want to implore on all of us to operate in good faith, to give each other, an opportunity to raise our concerns where needs be, so that we don't resort to student protests or any other form of protest, that we don't resort to a despondency. Sometimes we ask ourselves why staff is not proactive. It's because people get despondent, where they feel as though because their challenges are not being raised or being addressed or being listened to, then what's the point? So we really need to work towards creating healthy environments for us to work within. And we really implore on the department as well to continue to be of assistance to council and management. Apologies, colleagues, there's a car outside on the streets that's making a lot of noise. Apologies for that. So we would like for the department to also commit itself to ensuring that it lends a helping hand to the institution in order for it to resolve the many challenges that it may have. So having said that, colleagues, sincerest gratitude to all of you for availing yourselves, to the leadership of the SRC, to the leadership of workers. Dr. Nzingwa, DJ, I don't know if she was lobbying for there to be a woman as the Vice Chancellor of the institution. There's a trend in the country right now of women being on top. I think we must just continue. But I think the broader issue there is just ensuring that we have the transformation and intersectionality that we want to see in the sector. But yeah, thank you very much, colleagues, to workers, to management, to council, to the department. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience. We truly do appreciate it. Thank you. Anela, we may stop recording, I think.
You forgot to say meeting agenda, Chair.
The meeting is now closed. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Recording stopped.
And long live the chair.